All right, we will reconvene the public meeting at 5:07 p.m. Assistant Interim Superintendent Annie Bowie, can you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance for your last board meeting as superintendent?
Thank you. Rennie, please stand up. Rennie, and begin.
I pledge
allegiance to the
To the
flag
flag
of the United States
of America
and
and to the republic
for which it
for which
we
stands,
stand,
one nation under God,
under God, indivisible.
with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. (1.08) Report of actions taken during closed session. Moved by Mr. Kwok, seconded by Mr. Delatorre, to approve litigation settlement and release agreement with special education student OAH, case number 2020030373. Motion carried, 5 yeses. Moved by Mr. Medrano and seconded by Mr. Delatorre to approve litigation settlement and release agreement with special education student OAH, case number 2020020974. Motion carried with 5 yeses. Moved by Mr. Delatorre and seconded by Mr. Medrano to approve interim agreement with special education student OAH, case number 2020020222. Motion carried, 5-0. Can we have roll call, please?
Mr. Duarte,
Present.
Dr. Jung,
Here.
Mr. Kwok,
Present.
Mr. Delatorre,
Present.
Mr. Medrano,
Here.
Mrs. Bowie,
Here.
Dr. Fancher,
Here.
Ms. Rojas.
Here.
All right, thank you. 1.10, approve the minutes to the virtual special meeting on May 20th, 2020, virtual special meeting on May 22nd, 2020, and the virtual special meeting on May 23rd, 2020. Can I have a motion?
I make a motion.
Can you redo that and say your name, please?
Gino Quack, so moved.
All right, motion by Mr. Clark,
Joe Chen, second.
Dr. Chang seconds, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye, motion carries 5-0. 1.11, request to speak to agenda items. A, confirmation request cards collected from audience members wishing to speak to items of the agenda. We received 13 request cards by the 3 p.m. deadline. 2, reports and presentations. We'll turn it over to our interim superintendent.
Thank you. I would like to begin with the LCAP report that will be presented to you by Dr. Fenter, the LCAP.
Thank you, Annie. This is our LCAP update, and this is a different year. Next, please. Because of the COVID situation, COVID-19, the LCAP has changed, and we now have executive order in 5620 that was established that we are currently working under. Next. So in this executive order, it has really suspended the LCAP for this year and has moved our deadline to December 15th, 2020. We were well on target to have it done until the COVID closure. And it also delays an implementation of a 3-year LCAP until the 21-22 school year, when we hope things are a little bit more back to normal because our priorities will have changed in this current year. It does require that we provide a written report, which is being provided to the board this evening. Next. So in the written report to the community, we had to address how we were delivering high quality distance learning opportunities. We had to focus on school meals during the springtime, and then information for the arrangement of supervision of students during the ordinary school hours. We were not required to supervise the children, but to arrange for information for them. Next, please. So the written report must be adopted by the local governing board, which is on the agenda tonight. A public hearing is not required. And then we submit the written report with the appropriate budget approving entity in conjunction with the submission of the adopted annual budget, which is also on the board agenda tonight. And then these will be posted on the website. Next, that's fine. So we're going to have our new LCAP, the 1 year, which will be adopted by December 15th, but we don't have the template yet, so we are still waiting to get that. Then it will go to the county for their approval. And as I just said, we are waiting for the exact information in order to create the new LCAP, the 1 year LCAP. Next, please. So here's our timeline. Today, we are presenting the written report along with the annual budget. Then by December, we will have the 1 year LCAP for the 2021 school year. And then we will then begin in the spring, hopefully a more normal process for our LCAP with a 3 year LCAP on the previously adopted template. Next, please. And that concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Dr.
you. Can I ask
Fenter.
a question? Can I ask a question?
Certainly.
Okay. Yeah, I have many parents, ask me,
I'm sorry, Dr. Chang, I didn't hear your question.
has okay, and I have many parents, and this Chinese dual immersion program parents, and they stay home. They don't have any support from the school district to conduct their distance learning, and they have lack of material, then lack of textbook, the lack of the software package, and many other things. So I wonder whether this LCAP report, written report, does suggest any resource to support this Chinese dual immersion program.
Well, first, let me remind all of us that what happened in the spring was an emergency, and we really went to emergency remote teaching. We had a board meeting on Friday night and school was closed on Monday. And so a lot of the resources were not in place. And that is why we are working so hard since then through the summer and for the start of the school year that students have all the resources they need. So we hope to never be in that position. We plan to never be in that position again, Dr. Chang, where students are at home without the resources they need. So that will be something that we can talk with Dr. Cho to make sure that they have the resources. We are also currently continuing to ensure that all students have a device. Even though the school year has finished, we are reaching out to parents that we did not hear from to ensure that their students do have a device. So should we have to go to distance learning full time again, all students have a device, and in the coming year, if we are in a hybrid model, that every student also has a device. So we understand that there were challenges for all students, and everyone is working very hard to ensure that when we start the school year that we have plans in place for any transition to distance learning full time again.
Okay, I understand they do have a lots of need. So if you ask Dr. Chiu, I think she will give you the answer. But also at the same time, how about the middle school dual immersion program? Maybe you can also take a look on that one too.
Yeah, we'll be looking at all of our programs, our specialized programs, and every one of our programs to get information from the schools, and we are working on that to what they need to support them in this new environment.
Thank you.
Hey, Dr. Fancher, I would like to ask you this. So during the school year, as you recall, we have DIPAC, the Dual Immersion Parents Advisory Committee. Are they going to continue to meet and be able to participate and opine on the issues that are confronting? Because obviously that DIPAC includes all of our dual immersion programs, Chinese,
Correct.
Spanish, and Korean.
Yes, we did finally figure out near the end of the spring, we had DAC and DLAC meetings via Zoom. And so we can certainly continue with the DIPAC meetings as well virtually.
I think that's a good way to go. You'll hear from them. I've been to probably almost every one of their meetings, and it's a very engaged committee. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Are there any questions? All right, thank you, Dr. Fancher.
You're welcome.
It will be followed by Dr. Fancher, the report regarding about the reopening of school. It will be presented also by Dr. Judy Fancher.
Thank you. And I'm going to share ahead that this is long and I'll be saying next a lot since Nancy is driving, so please bear with me. But this is our reopening of schools committee, some instructional models and recommendations from the HLP LMT team and our ad hoc committee. So next. So this is the HLP LMT team. You can see our administrators, Ann Hansen, David Nieto, Kevin Maldonado, Kathy Mead, myself. HLPTA, we have Ricardo Racinos, he's new to the group this year, Christine Sardo, Danny Tucker, Carrie Trad, and of course, Billy Joe Wright, the president of HLPTA. On the ad hoc next, Angela, Dr. Lin, Joaquin Martinez, Yvette Meneses, Colin Miller, and Rosie Sanapi. And our teachers were Shauna Adam, Loretta Guzman, counselor, Anna Perez, psychologist, and Michelle Torres, kinder teacher. And of course, an honored participant, we had Anthony Duarte as board president, popped in on several of our meetings. Next, please. Mr. Duarte actually shared this picture with us that access doesn't mean equity. And it reminds us that we have to differentiate for all students. And in this time, it is even more glaring that we need to take time to figure out what the individual needs are for each student. Next, please. The guiding principles that the committee used were adopted from the LA County Office of Education and the guidance that they put out. Our goals were to maintain continuity of instruction, keep students and staff safe and healthy, ensure access and equity, communicate with stakeholders, and ensure flexibility while maintaining fiscal solvency. Next. So these are the resources that we used. Of course, the LACO guide, we use Stronger Together, which recently came out from the state. We also use from our partner Education Reimagined, the Future of Learning from MPDL and Microsoft. Administrators had also put together a lot of notes that were shared with us, and the committee members did extensive research and gathered information actually from surrounding districts. Next. So from LACO, these are our planning considerations: instruction, health and safety, social emotional, family and community engagement, and operations. And our task, what we were tasked with on this committee at this point in time, was to focus on the instructional piece. Next. This is a quote that we pulled from the MPDL reading. And I think a lot of us now realize, a lot of parents, a lot of families now really fully understand how important the role of an educator is. And we have faced unparalleled challenge, a critical role that schools play in supporting the health and well-being of learners, and indeed the whole community, that we are a central component for our communities. Next, please. So these are the instructional models that were identified in LACO. So we wanted to give some definitions. So just simply though, face-to-face, of course, is students are in class every day with the teacher. Hybrid learning is a model, a blend, excuse me, of face-to-face and online distance learning. And then distance learning is when the education takes place completely online. And the framework, LACO framework, said that we should select the model that fits best the needs of our students. Next. There we go, thank you. We wanted to also define some terms that people may not be familiar with, because synchronous means that the students are there with the teacher at the same time, while they're virtually, or if it's a hybrid model, in person. But a lot of people have become Zoom experts, and that would be your synchronous at the same time, like we're doing right now. Asynchronous would mean that students have tasks to do, they have lessons, they have research to do, but it's on their own time, and they might work at their own pace with a little flexibility. Next, please. We also took into consideration, recommended screen times by age, and you can see that one of the things we want to be cognizant of in a hybrid model or distance learning model is that it's really not great to be sitting in front of a Zoom camera for 6 hours a day, that we need to break up the activity for kids. So on the next screen is, next please, is the, for the elementary and middle school kids, 2 hours a day, and we're thinking instructional, and they don't even mention high school because I figure they probably figure you can't control it anyway by the time they get to high school, but we will try to manage it for them. Next, please. So this is a flow chart that is in the LACO guidelines, and one of the things that was immediately pointed out by one of the staff is that it looks like all roads lead to distance learning, but we're really focusing on, the face-to-face, the hybrid and distance learning. What is our capacity for doing that? And they asked us to consider all of these elements, the safety, healthy, the social emotional instruction and engaging with the community. So on the next several slides, it's going to cover sort of the foundational pieces that led us to the sample schedules that we would be recommending. 1,000 respondents, and it was focused on the spring learning experience and also the reopening of schools. We also sent out a survey to our students in grades 7 through 12. That's the same grade level we use when we do the LCAP survey, to ask them about their experience and about their thoughts on the reopening of schools. Since then, we are also going to be sending out pulse surveys. One already went out to certificated staff on instructional models, and we'll also be sending one out to families within the next few days. We'll also be looking for DAC and DLAC parent meetings in July, and there'll be some virtual roadshows, which really will be more principals and site representatives from HLPTA to hold sort of coffee with the principals to get their concerns and their insights about the reopening of school. Next, please. So some statistics, or I should say data from our parents, family, and staff. I'm sorry, I should have put the word staff in there too, because staff did participate in this survey. So you can see we had a good number of people participate. This is raw data. I want to share that because of the time crunch, it's not clean, totally scrubbed, so it is raw data. But we can see that out of our over 4,500 respondents, 70% felt supported. Concerning, 58% feel their students are falling behind academically, and 71% feel less engaged than before the closure. So we have a lot of work to do ahead of us. Next, please. So top concerns for next year is, of course, their family's health, their child's physical health, and then the child's ability to socially distance. And based on this broad survey, the learning models preferred face-to-face. Of course, I think most of us want our kids in school if it weren't for health concerns, hybrid, and then distance learning. And then there are some who just aren't really sure. The poll survey that's going out to families is much shorter and much more specific to try to gauge and validate where people are now. Next, please. The greatest concerns that parents had with this spring closure and distance learning, you can see engagement, missing out on social interactions, access to instruction, students' mental health, and childcare needs. But the engagement and missing out on social interactions, the connections to school, were by far the greatest concerns. Next. So strategies that staff and families thought would be helpful next year. I'm just going to read the aggregate numbers there, that 63% felt rotation of students was going to be useful. Sanitation of buildings, of course, and hand washing has a high rate at 92%. Allowing students to stay home if needed, continue distance learning, and no in-person assemblies were split on about both of those, around 60%. Next, please. About half of the respondents felt there were adequate resources for students online and offline, but 30% strongly disagreed that students feel they can learn a lot in distance learning. And so it just reminds us how important the role of the classroom teacher is, and that connection, that human connection to school. Next. Some reflection on the school closure. 70% felt the teachers were responsive. 52% felt they received enough guidance from administrators and teachers. 50% felt the schools provided extra support. 58% do feel like they're falling behind academically, and again, 71% are feeling less engaged. Next. So this is a high school survey that one of our schools did. I want to give that caveat. It's from one high school who did a survey, and they had about 73 students. But what was the best part of online high school summer school was the convenience of staying at home. And the other thing was the shorter hours. And then for some of them, it was easier to focus. What we found was that our summer school numbers actually increased when they found out that it was going to be online, and that students took classes at other high schools more readily because they didn't have to worry about transportation there. So we had more of a crossover than we've seen before, taking advantage of courses at other schools. Next. And so this shows that what they like about it is also what they don't like about it, because 52% of what was the worst part about it was that they were not able to socialize with their friends, and that's that big green part. The blue is that they were not able to ask for help in person, and the red is that they didn't have a chance to work on things in class, like when a teacher gives them class time to finish their assignments. Next. So here are some of the models that are presented in the LACO model, depending on the phase that we are in with the COVID emergency. So you can see when we are in phases 1 and 2, like we were in the spring, we went to full distance learning. And this year we would have the option of independent study TK through 12 through Puente Hills, because we are extending our master agreement so that it does include elementary students. Currently it includes 6 through 12. So for next year, independent study homeschool would be a possibility for our TK through 12 students. But this would be if we went to emergency school closure again. Next. So we are currently in phase 3. So looking at the LACO model, the surveys, the research, the state guidelines, and conversations, of course, in our ad hoc committees, these are the 3 instructional models that we're recommending. Hybrid, which is a blend of in-person and online, distance, online only, and independent study. And our recommendation is that we offer all 3 to our families. Next slide. And this is if we get to phase 4, we're back to school as normal. And we hope that someday we're right back here with all our kids and our teachers in class every day. Next. So key safety protocols, of course, 6 feet of social distance, cleaning. With our class size averages, we look like we could do 50% of the students on campus at one time. In our grades 4 through 12, we can accommodate about 33% of the students at a time. So for safety issues, to limit the number of students on campus and to maintain consistent student contact with student cohorts to really limit their commingling among the cohorts. Next. Common considerations as students are engaged in schoolwork each day, whether synchronous or asynchronous. Teacher and staff common district-wide lesson development day would be on Mondays, and the time that they would spend would be online and in person, they'd spend their time working on online and in-person lessons. The hybrid models need to be consistent throughout the district. So we're recommending TK through 3 have a 50-50 model, blocking 2 days together, AABB, and that we're 33% model for grades 4 through 12. And onboarding will be a theme that you'll see in the next few slides. Next. A culture of learning. As we saw from the survey, we need to connect with our students, families, and teachers. A keynote speaker we just heard in our LMI conference yesterday talked about deep check-in with our students and staff when they come back. And we already have Martha and Cynthia working on a module and we're going to be putting in Canvas to help teachers work with their students on that. Onboarding staff and teachers in the first few weeks of school is going to be important. And really that we focus those first few weeks on setting kids and staff up for success. We will be focusing on Canvas and again, device verification to make sure that all students have a laptop and the internet that they need. Next, please. We want it to be flexible, that families can choose the situation that fits best for them so that they are able to feel comfortable in the instructional environment they've chosen. We also want to give flexibility for students. It may mean that they, like we talked about before, enroll in other schools, especially in the high school, for classes that might not be offered at their own school, but they could maybe do that online. If we do make choices where students are participating only in distance learning, we would still want to ensure their enrollment at that school site so they don't feel like they're losing their space. And the same would be true of our distance learning teachers. So we've already shared with the administrators that we may be looking at a lot of coordinated district-wide scheduling to accommodate the instructional models and the needs of our families. So the sample schedules that I'm sure you've all been waiting for. Next, we can go 2 slides actually. There we go. So I think I've talked quite a bit about this, although I do want to go to this next to the last bullet, fluidity between hybrid and distance learning, anticipating that we might have to go between hybrid being in school and times where we might have to be in stay-at-home orders again. The schedules would work either way, so that whatever they're doing in hybrid, they would just transition to the distance learning so the kids and families are still on a similar type of learning schedule. Because what we did find is that families really did need and students needed a schedule and guidance throughout the day during distance learning. Next. So here's one hybrid model, TK through 3, and you'll see it has the days blocked together. So 50% of the students are on campus, 12 students per class, 2 days a week face-to-face, 2 block days on campus, and a reminder that this bell schedule is just a sample, that each school has a little bit different starting and end times. And they might adjust again because of the current situation, if of course approved by their staff. The next one. This is a distance learning model, alternating days, it's all grade levels. The periods would just change to core content areas for elementary, but the students are engaged 5 days a week. There is morning synchronous class time, alternating periods for middle school and high school. Elementary would be block subjects. Afternoon would be times for IEPs, office hours, interventions. Monday, again, would be faculty planning and collaboration. And this could happen at a school site and across the district. And again, the spell sample is just a sample, the spell schedule. Next. This is a hybrid model for grades 4 through 12, where we can have 33% of the students on campus at any time. 12 students per classroom, 1 day a week, face-to-face. Grades 4 through 6 self-contained would be the same with the same teacher for the day, of course. Flexible transition to distance learning, so that if we had to go to distance learning, students would maintain this schedule. And again, this is a sample. So on here, even though the students are on campus only 1 day a week, they are still expected to be engaged in learning 5 days a week. And this is because of our 6 foot, that 6 foot social distancing has not been adjusted. That is still the requirement as of this moment from the recommendation from the state and county offices. Next. So this, we will continue, of course, collaboration with many more ad hoc committees coming on board, addressing individually all the services that support the instruction, the health and safety, the social emotional, family community engagement, and of course, operations. So we will be working with all of our associations, administration, district staff to continue this collaboration for a safe reopening of school. Thank you, and that concludes my report.
Great job, Dr. Fancher.
Thank you. I want to, I want to thank again the committee. They put in a lot of time on this, and even beyond our meetings, there's the researching, emailing, texting. They really have been a wonderful group.
Okay, I have some question. So far in our school district, all the students, they either have their own or they have their school district issued this laptop or some computer device at their home, right? Is that
We are
correct?
working on that, Dr. Chang. We have just been going through and culling all of our data and connections with Aries, cross-referencing, and we still have some families that we don't know for sure. So we are sending out a survey, a fall device survey to them in probably the middle of next week. So they will confirm with every single family that, you know, because people do have devices at home, they may not need a district device, but we are reaching out to every family to ensure they do have one. We will have distributed 14,000 laptops, however, by time we finish with all the requests from the initial spring survey.
Also, and also, if they check out this computer, and we should have some assurance they will stay with our school district. They cannot take the laptop and leave.
Yes, we just like we when people move, we will request them back. We will also, when in the survey, we specifically say how many HLP-USD students do you have, not just how many children do you have, but are they enrolled in our school? And we will not hand them out to anyone whose children are not enrolled in our school.
Okay, and does the school district provide service to their computer system or answer their questions when they have problems to use the computer?
Yes, the NCS Help Desk has been extremely supportive of our students with their laptop needs. And in fact, there was frequently an NCS staff stationed out in front, socially distanced, and they would, you know, take in laptops that needed some repair or exchange, of course, wiping them down first before and after returning them. So we've had a lot of support from the NCS staff, their helpline, to support families with the technology.
That's really good. There's one question I have in here. This may be a question. Because from the picture you showed in here for the face-to-face instruction, or maybe, you know, this just a hybrid system, student will show up in the school. And according to what I know, that in our BB Bond, we already ordered that kind of furniture. And that furniture, can that kind of furniture accommodate that those 6 feet safe distance application, or that kind of furniture cannot meet our requirement at all?
As far as I know, we have ordered some sample furniture. We have not ordered complete furniture for the entire school district, but that is certainly a consideration. And so actually it's a good thing that we haven't ordered all the furniture because it might not have worked out as well. But most of our desks, I think that we have can be 6 feet apart. The problem is that even with our older desks, you know, in the elementary, they're 2 by 4, 2 feet by 4 feet. But with the 6 feet, even in the high schools, it really limits the numbers. Most high schools have single student desks though. So yes, we have ordered some. Some of it is usable. Because most of them are together. Now in the elementary, the preschool, they are having to seat students farther apart, and they're putting some clear plastic screens. They've gotten PVC pipe and they put around. You'll see in the pictures later. I won't go on because there's other pictures about that. So you'll see what they've done with their new furniture, Dr. Chang.
Okay, great. So you have considered on that.
Yes.
And maybe, and it's the time we need to reduce the class size because of the current in the classroom size is limited and by the distance. And I'll take a look. I don't know. This is just a thought. Since we are doing this BB bond and we built this 21st century classroom, and appears to us right now, this COVID-19, and already tell us what we need in this 21st century classroom.
I will be-
Mr. De La Torre has a.
Yes, do you mind, Ms. Fancher? I had a couple of questions. Was it mentioned about the track system by any chance? Like maybe you come to school for 2 months and then the other ones are on vacation and so forth. And in the meantime, they're getting virtual instruction.
So I guess let me ask a clarifying question. Do you
Yes.
mean like a year-round school on-off track, or like I've seen recently just the other day, a model where they're in school for 10 days, out of school for 10 days, and in school and they're alternating
Something.
between? Yeah, that's a
Yes.
model that just literally, I think I saw it yesterday.
Okay.
It's like intermittent distance learning or something like that. So, and these are all recommendations, and those are, so there can be further consideration for
Okay.
other models that come up.
Okay, I had another question in regards to the technology.
Mhm.
We still have a lot of families that don't have
Mhm.
good internet at home, or their devices need to be upgraded because they're not new. Do you happen to know if there's any partnerships with Spectrum where they will provide hotspots that they can take to their homes and so they can do their assignments? Because I know I'm hearing from families that said, we're using our phone to do our homework. And
Yeah,
it's just
sorry.
not right.
We are continuing the hotspot orders. We sent out on Peach Jar and on our social media opportunities for extremely reduced rates for internet. And I know Dr. Tan and NCS is in conversation with, I can't remember which group it is, about getting free internet for our families. And so all of those are ongoing negotiations and research and planning. But we do have more hotspots ordered, and we are asking once again if students need internet, and we will continue to provide that service as long as we can. And again, working the rest of the summer, which there's only 28 more days until kids come back, to get students the devices that they need.
And one more thing, students can still, let's say they're going from elementary to middle school or middle school to high school, they can actually still take those devices to do their home to their other school, and eventually we'll find out how we're going to collect them. But they still have the access of taking those devices to do their online at home, correct?
Correct, and that's why we did not collect them in the summer, because we still have all of our distance learning information on our website, so students could go on and access that. And then, as you'll see in the next one, we had significant numbers of students in summer school and in our middle school enrichment. So we did not recollect the laptops, and knowing that they would be needed at the beginning of the school year.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a few things here, Dr. Fancher. I think it's outstanding that we're working so well together on a collaboration with HLP TA and the LMT and our administrators. And one of the aspects, in order to cover a little bit of a different ground, is I have been sending the district all these barriers that we can put up on these desks that would actually go, that has that. You had mentioned it as an aside with respect to the PVC pipe and so forth, but I've seen these barriers and they look to be very effective because they're up there everywhere, right? As we go out in the community and in businesses and so forth. So my thought is, just like we did when we did the bond, we put up these model classrooms. Can we put up some model classrooms so our parents can come and either do a virtual tour or something where we would have an idea of how these classrooms are going to actually look? So that's one point. Another point that I have is that, to me, it's going to come down to distance learning. This is something that has to be robust. It's not a question of when, of if, it's a question of when. So that's going to come. We have to be prepared for that. I'll also say this. It's a very dynamic situation. When I first started doing these Zooms, I wasn't necessarily a big fan of it, but then I did a 6-hour mediation on Zoom. And then our last board meeting went eight and a half hours, right? So to me, it's changing. You know, we're kind of getting used to it now, and we're getting better at it. So I see that part of it here. Until there's a vaccine, there's always going to be some risk, right? And as we see now, the cases are exploding exponentially. I've spoken to a number of parents, and most of the parents that I've spoken to are concerned. They're more into the distance learning just because of their safety of their kids. So the more we can do in this area, the better off we are, because I will tell you, you're talking about going to an off season where you're always wondering about how many kids are coming back to our school district. This is going to be a big deal, right? So we have to be on top of this thing, but I'm confident with HLP, LMT, that we will make the right choices. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sorry, I have one more question.
Go ahead, Mr. Natori.
I know the parents were involved with the surveys and they had a chance to give their response, but is there a reason why in this committee, which by the way, I want to thank our teachers, is there a reason why the other labor unions were not involved, and also maybe a parent representative?
So this was the guidelines that, we started with just kind of looking at an instructional component, and then we'll be bringing all of this in so that we can, and that's when we have the parents and are going to be meeting with our principals to get their input. Kind of like we did when we did some other committees where, we gather together and they look at the models, and then the principals could share that with us as well. And then of course, working with the rest of our associations, because all of those services are going to support our students in the instructional model, but we kind of wanted to wrap our heads with those instructional models.
Okay, yeah, because I think it's important that, we have a lot of, some of our family employees that are parents, taking, a few days here, I'm going to go to work, and other days, what am I going to do? So it's a good idea to hear their, and hear their input, how we're going to be able to resolve this, coming back to normality, let's say.
Yeah, absolutely. We value their input, and that's what we'll have some, smaller meetings with principals so that they can really hear the concerns of their families and their school and share them with us, so we can see what our common ground is, and also, what services we need to provide as best we can.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Fancher.
You're welcome.
Annie, sorry, hold on one second, sorry.
Sure.
So Dr. Fancher, I just want to say thank you and the entire team. I know you met over several days and for many hours, and even after those meetings, they were independently doing work and research and gathering information to bring to the committee on how best we can and safely reopen our schools. So I really want to thank the entire team for getting together, putting in the effort to do this. It's important work, and it's really important for our community. But I also want to thank you guys for bringing options to the board, because I think that's what we need right now, is options for our parents and flexibility. And we know that there are parents who are not going to be comfortable sending their kids back to school come August. And so we need to have that distance learning component. We know that there are parents who are working who need their kids to be in school. And so that's important. So just having all the options available for our parents and what makes them feel the most comfortable and safe in having their kids. Because this was all about instruction and how we continue education for our community, was I know there's been some talk about potentially for the days when they're not with the teacher or an instruction, about having all day after school program at sites where we can accommodate them. It may not be at their home site. We're looking at sites. And can you touch a little bit about that? Because I know that wasn't in the presentation.
Yeah, we decided at this point to focus on the instructional component, knowing that that's out there. And once I believe on the board agenda tonight is approval of some of the ACES partners. And once we have those folks on board, I think it will be a good time to have those conversations, and then looking at school sites for, those possibilities, and also reaching out to community partners. So that should be one of our ad hoc committees. Actually, now that you mention it, is, the supervision of children, how we can support families in that as best we can. So I will write that down as one of our ad hoc committees too. Thank you.
Yeah, because whether it's a 50-50 model or a 33% model, there's still parents who are working who need the supervision of their children and continue the education and having them at our school sites. And so, really being open as a district and how we can help accommodate, because there are some families who are able to keep their kids home those other days when they're not in direct instruction with their teachers, but there's some families who just really need the school district to assist with them with that. So we just want to look into all those options. So I, again, appreciate all your work. Thank you. Look forward to seeing how we do this.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, I also like to repeat this how much we appreciate Dr. Fincher. This is not an easy job. So many also agree with this Anthony. That these different models. Maybe it is school site, decision. Maybe it's not the whole school district decision. It's depend on the parents in that school site, and they probably can make that choice. Also, maybe the administrators, they can, based on what they have on hand and what they need, they can get, and then make a choice of which one is most favorable to their students' education. But in any way, Dr. Fincher, you did a wonderful job.
Well, I had a lot of help. I do want to say thank you.
Hero.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, I guess it's going to be concluded by the planning for 2021 school year. So this is the report. It's preparing us for the next school year. Next, please. Next. So the first day, next, please, Nancy. So the school year of 2021, it will begin on Wednesday, August 5th, 2020. Just want to remind all stakeholder, parent, committee that this is going to be the first day of opening of school for the next school year. Next, please, Nancy. We have a guiding principle for why we're working all of the plan option and everything. The guiding principle was to maintain continuity of instruction, to keep the students and staff as safe and healthy, to ensure access and equity for all students, to communicate with stakeholders such as staff, family, bargaining unit, and partner, to ensure flexibility to meet the needs and advocate for all students while maintain fiscal solvency. Next, please. So as you see that there's a guideline from a guidebook for the safe reopening of school from California Public School. So this is all of the guideline from the Department of California Department of Education published the Stronger Together guidebook for the safe reopening of school in June 2020. So the guideline provide, if you have time, that I believe that we have it, I believe that it's available for everybody to review. That the guideline provide a guidance for the reopening of California school and focus on timeline, health and safety, instructional program, professional relation and learning, continuity of relationship and learning plans, mental health and well-being of all, communication and community engagement, early learning and care, and school services. Next, please. So Dr. Fincher has shared with you the collaboration of planning for reopen of school committee. So as you already hear about that, the district have established a reopening of school committee. The committee seek to establish the committee purpose and goal, to provide the input for the district guideline, to provide input on the reopening of school, provide this input using for the guidebook, including the Lego, a planning framework for 2021 school year, and a Strong Together, a guidebook for the safe reopening of California Public School. Next, please. So it's meaning as a chance for bargaining units and stakeholders to collaborate and engage with the district staff during the planning process. Next, please. So the HLP USD Family Teacher certificate staff, and classified staff, and later, hopefully, I believe that we have a conversation about the beginning of next week. Administrator are invited to take us. No, the surveys already happened to take a stakeholder perception survey. This survey is only confidential, a 5-minute survey. Will have the district review program over the past several months. The district will rely on this responsive for the guidance and as planned for the upcoming school year. And as you heard earlier, over 4,000 respond, but actually we have the actual number of 4,621 respond to this survey. So option for learning. We have shared earlier, we offer all options, including the hybrid, distance learning, independent study for TK to 12 that is host to the Punta Hill School and Valley High School, and open to all students who prefer not to attend in-person school, and design and planning concurrently in process. And I believe that, as Dr. Fancher shared with you, I think we are pretty much ready to go. We are going to schedule the prototype and are in development. The safety protocol will be a part of the collaboration process with the another ad hoc reopening of school committee, what including HLPTA, SCIU, and CSCA. Next, please. So if you're looking at the picture, what did we did behind the scenes, that you see that the flexi-class guard, or another way you call it that the sneak guard, are currently being in place in the office. And it handling it, it's not like we purchasing them. We have the facility department that we have staff very talented. So this is something that we did it ourselves. And you see, this is one of the sample. Providing the social distance sticker will also be in place throughout the office, would serve and as a reminder and guidance. So if you're looking at that, if the district office, the school side, there's so many reminders. All of the social distance stickers have been around all of the school and the district office. PPE and is and will continue to be available at all office entrance. I don't know if you know that if you're looking at all of the side, we have that, and we have enough for the opening of the school, and we'll continue looking in the stock item. Though I become a stock item that the school can order through the district office, and we are continue to purchase it as we go, continue looking in the stock inventory list in order for the district to promptly purchase in the addition if we need in addition. So next, please. So the safety protocol, if you're looking at here, as you see that notice face masks are required. It's required. Look at the flexi-class. This is all of the picture you see are different school size. It's not the same school. So we are able to pretty much complete, I think at least I believe it about 20 or 25%, and bears continue to go. Facility department, they are installed, about 5 to 10 per day. By the time we're opening the school, all of the sneak guard in the front entrance will be completed. Next, please. We continue to serve our students. So if you're looking at this in the state preschool, the opening, it will be July 2020. And you see that looking at all of the picture here, if you're looking at that, you see that, yes, we have all of the desks that it look like, it's have more than one student, but you're looking at that, they're partition. If you're looking also the lunch area, that is one of the long benches with the divider. So every student, they have the space they have the sneak guard to protect them as well. And if you see that, if I would like to go focus on one of the picture, if you see that to make sure that, we continue to with social distance learning, you see that we even do the square. You look at the very bottom on the floor. So this is what the square that we ensure that, so the desks are in the square. That means that, at the end of the day or the following day, that every time we continue to ensure that the desk stay within that square and not moving around. So on the state preschool opening, that you will see that 150 students will be served with no more than student per class, and all safety protocols will be in place. Next, please. If you're looking all of the picture here, that if you see that this is all of the planning behind the background, and I would like to thanks to all of the preschool department, Teresa and all of her staff for working tireless to make sure that we are safe to open next week. Thank you. So next, please. So Scholastic Packet. The district staff coordinate a grab and go style pickup for those students who did not receive their Scholastic Packet via mail. Reason for a non-receiver are wrong address, post office issue, or wrong grade level. So now, but if you're looking at the picture, that yes, the packet available, we have been, all of the parent or family have been contact us. They are able to come and pick it up from the district office. Next, please. The meal service. The meal service continue to provide from May 26th to July 2nd. This is a summer school, and we provide a breakfast and lunch for all children 18 and under for it for free. So this is the schedule. Just one is a few more days until July 2nd, sometime next week. So please continue to come and support the program. Thank you. The very next one, and I want to make sure that it's very clear, as I believe that there's some confusion in case that if we misunderstand or we're confusing, we are here to looking at that. This is a program. It hosts a free summer lunch program for all children from 18 and under from the city of La Puente. Thank you. And I want to say that for the city of La Puente, this is not going to be the first year or last year. Over the last many years, that city of La Puente continue to ask the district to prepare the lunches, the summer lunch program for all of the students. And this is their program. And most of the time they distribute it, at the park next to La Puente High School. However, as you know that La Puente Park that is being under construction. So this is the only one year that they use it through the facility program that they using the district location for the distribution, but this is not the district's, therefore it's not going to be the district program. So the lunch program will be distributed from Monday to Friday at the following school site: Spark Middle School, Workman High School, and La Puente High School. This program is paid and ran by the city of La Puente. Thank you, City of La Puente, and not from the district. So please come to continue to what your lunch program for all locations, including the time and the location for from July 6 to July 31. Thank you. Next, please. Device deployment for 2021 school year. We are continue confirming device and internet access with family and students who did not request a device hotspot. We have an ongoing conversation about this and make sure that we are reaching out to every single family, even though they did not, the family did not asking for the device. We now reaching out just to confirm and ensure that there is a device at home that available, could be their own device for the student who are doing the distance learning. The computer network and computer service department is also research an option for a free or low-cost internet access for all students and family. And all students will need a device for the coming school year. As you know, if hybrid is one of the options. Oh yes, provide computer device will be a need. So the district will continue to provide a device to those in need, and as we go, and we believe that we will be able to reaching out to every single student and family before the opening of our school before August 5th. Next, please. This is something that, this is the middle school math enrichment and high school online for summer program here. Over 738 students for over at middle school, and the high school that the first semester, we have 3,533 students and 2,891 students for the second semester. Next, please.
That's great.
Classify employee support. I would like to using this PowerPoint to just this one to thank you to the board. The board, the board, thank you for your caring about all of the classified employee for during the time that during the COVID, all of the essential worker classified employee who come back and return to work will pay an addition 50% per hour while working on site at the district office, a school, district site, and as essential employee, the classified employee. They are including many of them as you know that maintenance and operation, network and computer services, food services, fiscal, police and safety, and purchasing staff, the one who are working behind as essential workers during the closing of the district. Next, please. So certificate staff support. Our certificate staff have been a critical support to many essential operations since the close of school. So here we see that participate in a right-through graduation, complete the Canvas training, volunteer time and reopening planning, taught the summer class and engage with students throughout the summer. Thank you very much for all of certificate staff support. Next, please. Canvas learning management system. This is our new system. And then we know that we continue to have so many PD going through over the last few weeks. And thank you, Dr. Cheng. I think you was participate. If I remember correctly, it's about 3 or 4 sessions already.
My
That
gosh.
this is for all grade level to have lesson, assignment due date, and communication for student and family. It have also a virtual club within school and across the district. It can be created. All curriculum and committees can collaborate, create, and share in one location. Future school closure would have one access point for lesson and grade. Analytic can monitor student access to Canvas and intervene with support as needed. And revise course outline and module for all grade level over the next 1 or 2 years. This is the goal for Canvas over the next couple of years. Okay, so the next one that we will share with you, the timeline. Can you please go back? The timeline for the Canvas implementation in May. Now we passed May. We share what the assembled trainer of trainer team have, including the Tech TOSA, HLP, TA representative, site and the district administrator and all NCS department. So June, we are in June now and we are at the end of June. Training. Train the district trainer and all of early adopter. For July, we continue to provide the online professional PD for certificate staff, including administrator. We will offer multiple time of chance for everybody to go and attending the PD. Canvas provide many self-paced tutorial staff and can access at any time. So if any time when you need to looking at that, they have many chance for you to looking all of the self-paced tutorial. And connecting the district approved online platform as new pedagogy and for deep learning and system in Canvas. In July, next week, we begin the July will be next week and ongoing for parent education, access Canvas for lesson, assignment, and grade. Teach the translation resource that available inside Canvas to access information. And access area for attendance grade book for entire semester or semester grade. Next, please. So the trainer meeting are ongoing. Please sign up for July PD is happening now and over 500 teachers and administrators have already signed up. Please continue and we continue open for signing up for the training. So far, 1/3 of our teachers and half of administrators are already registered. As we continue to go all the way to July, but as you see now in June, we already know that we have 1/3 over 500 teachers and administrators, they already signed up. Next, please. Celebration of the class of 2020. They deserve everything. Thank you. I saw Mr. De La Torre, thank you.
Nice picture.
Thank you. So this is Los Altos High School, Valley, Glenn A. Wilson, congratulations, the class of 2020. You deserve it. You do a good job. So I would like to take this moment to thank you to all of you, to all of the staff of Hacienda La Punta Unified staff who've been here with me. This is going to be my last meeting as an interim superintendent. Starting on July 1st, I will return to work back to the area where I came from and where my compassion at. So I want to thank you for each of the board members for you to be there to support me for every step we go through. This learning has never been stopped. I'm wishing, Dr. Jimenez the very best starting in July and I will be here to support and taking care of, continue to go back to do anything I can do for the district. Thank you for everybody. Thank you very much. And that is all for my report for tonight.
Thank you, Annie. You did a wonderful job.
Thank you, Annie. Just like Dr. Cheng said, I think the whole board agrees you did a fabulous job during one of probably the most difficult times in education. So we appreciate all your hard work. I know there are many tears, a lot of stress, but you handled it well. We, as a board, I think all really appreciate all your hard work and helping us navigate through this crisis. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, hearings, 3.01A. Public hearing regarding the 2020-2021 district annual budget. We will go ahead and open up the hearing now. Is there anyone who wants to speak about the district annual budget hearing? All right, I saw Margaret Caldera raise her hand about the district annual budget hearing. So please unmute Margaret for the hearing.
Good evening, everyone. This is Margaret Caldera, CSCA Chapter 115, Chapter President. And I'd like to say thank you to the governor for, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Hello?
Yes, we
Can you
can.
hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I wasn't sure. Thank you. And so according to what we were told, the governor is the budget deal is going to be the same amount of funding to school districts that they received last year. So that is fantastic news for everyone across California school districts. The budget deal also includes what is called legislative intent language that states that no district, no county office of education, no joint powers of authority, nor college should lay off any of their classified staff for financial reasons. It also prohibits layoffs and releases for permanent and probationary employees in 3 sets of classification: nutrition, transportation, and custodial. So this is the first time with this decision, this is the first time in California that some classified staff will enjoy the same layoff protections as teachers enjoy. I also would like to say that the other reason was an administration that you may be expecting less students to attend school. You will be having a lot of students in distance learning. So because of what we just experienced, it's been proven that the students who will be having the distance learning will actually be requiring more support from their teachers and the paraeducators that assist the teachers and the students to do that. So again, not only paraeducators, but we also have a lot of the classified staff that is vital in ensuring that the students are learning and that the district continues to function as it has since the shutdown, since you released the students on the 13th and employees on the 16th. Without classified staff, the district would not have been able to function. So thank the classified staff for being there from the beginning and have continued to be there through the entire release of students and staff. And now they have returned to work. Classified staff has returned to work.
Thank you, Margaret. That's time.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
All right, I saw Christine Salazar's hand go up for the public hearing.
Hello, guys. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead and continue. Go ahead and begin.
Perfect. Thank you. You know, in looking at all the different things that we're going to be, you guys are going to be approving in accordance to the budget, I really need to stress the fact that, granted, with the good news that are coming from the state level, we still need to be very cautious in regards to what we're spending, what we're allocating our monies to. And because I do agree with Margaret, we have a lot of people, a lot of parents that are very cautious in the fact that they're not wanting to bring their kids back to school physically. And so, you know, I know there are a lot of parents that are looking for different options, whether it's online school, whether it's with the own district or even outside different programs. And so, so we really need to focus on being very cautious and looking at the scenarios that Annie Bui had presented to us the last board meeting, the last special board meeting. And we can't be approving every little thing without fully understanding the fiscal impact of the COVID pandemic. And that, you know, obviously, you know, it goes right back to the Wedgeworth project and the fact that you guys did approve a project that's going to cost over $50 million. We still don't know the fiscal impact it's going to have the past couple of months. And so I really do stress the fact that you need to look at every single decision you guys are making. There's still time to think over different things and just be cautious, because at the end of the day, this is about the students and the student safety, as well as your own employees and their own safety, and making sure we're all going back to school in an appropriate manner and being able to have the resources allotted to us, both not just our employees, but also to the students itself. Thank you.
Thank you, Christine. I saw Luz Sandoval's hand go up for the public hearing.
Yes.
Luz, did you want to speak on the public hearing?
Yes, thank you very much. Good evening,
Morning.
everyone. This is Luz. Thank you for going ahead and accept me to talk with the board members. I had, as you know all, I do have a child with disability, and my concern with that, with learning distance, I believe we need to hire more disabled teachers that have the capability with disability and how to proceed with that learning distance in Zoom. Previous with my learning distance when my daughter, she's been having difficulty, so we need more support on that. And it was too much crowded on the class. It was not even focused. So to me, she was not learning anything. I'm all for it doing learning distance because of COVID-19. So we need to do better structure with disability with children to learn and capable of graduating. Thank you.
Thank you, Luz. I saw Rhonda Furin's hand go up for the public hearing.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, Rhonda, did you want to speak on the public hearing regarding the district budget?
Yeah, I do have a question or a comment on the budget.
Okay,
And
go ahead.
it refers to when a school district is faced with repeated lawsuits and safety standards, including negligence, retaliation, harassment, and some that include sexual assaults, physical attacks, and molestation. You know, you have a problem there. I know of 7 cases that are involved with the school district. I'm not going to go into them. And then secondly, let's go back to another concern I have. This is with risk management and your building facilitator. Once again, there was many investigations that led to nothing. And that was a lot of wasted money. One of those was me, which led to an illegal FISA warrant, which led to a very horrific worldwide exposure. And lastly, another thing is, the use of the illegal surveillance, which I am fully aware of, has to stop because it's very scary. And we cannot target people that way. And I did run for Congress, District 45, wanting to improve education in the state. It didn't get me very far because of public relations companies, targeting me again. I am now taking it higher. There was once a time in this state that education was #1, and I intend to go somewhere and bring it from 47th back up into the top 10 when I am in office, and that's where I want to take this. And I think that it's about time that Hacienda La Puente, the board, and the administrators all come together to work on improving education, not only for your district, but for the county and for the state, because it's a reflection on everybody that lives in this state. And that's my comment.
Thank you, Rhonda. Samantha Farias?
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, Samantha, did you want to comment on the public hearing regarding the district budget?
Yes, I did.
Okay,
Good evening, board members and members of the community who are currently listening. My name is Samantha Farias, and I am a resident and past student of the city. I'm also an advocate for education and after-school programs and human rights. I'm here today to personally address the Hacienda La Puente Unified School District members, Mr. Duarte, Mr. Chang, Mr. Kwok, Mr. De La Torre, and Mr. Medrano, as well as its board members, and its attempts to rig elections to keep board members on the board without election. It has
So Samantha, this is regarding the budget. You can comment on the budget and the budget only.
I sent in and it has you're wasting my time, so can I continue, please? No interruption.
No, we'll call you during public hearing, the actual public comment. This isn't public comment. This is a public hearing regarding the budget. We'll call you back during the public comment period.
Thank you.
Thank you. Manuel Maldonado Jr.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Manuel, did you want to comment on the public hearing regarding the district budget?
I want to talk about the budget a little bit. I wanted to kind of piggyback on the caller earlier regarding special education, funding for special education. I have a stepson that has autism, and when we went to distant learning, it was really difficult for him to get any instruction whatsoever. So I know each kid learns differently, and they're not like the regular kids. So I think you guys need to consider getting additional resources to have one-on-ones with them, where they can actually learn and not just maybe watch videos or sit and have conversations through Zoom where they really don't learn anything. It was more just like, oh, we're gonna meet with the teacher, and then we'll talk about what's going on, or we'll have here and there, and maybe go ahead and write something. But there was no math, there was really no language arts, there was nothing provided to them. So you guys really need to analyze that when you look at the budget.
Thank you. All right, let's see here. I see a phone number that came up ending in 4525.
Yes,
Hello?
my name is Maria Lopez. Hello.
Yes.
Hello, can
Did
you hear me?
Yes, Maria, did you want to comment on the public hearing for the district budget only? This is
Yes.
the public hearing, not public comments.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
go ahead and begin.
So thank you very much. As I was looking through the 186-page budget document, I noticed some things that were a little concerning, and personally, I would have enjoyed more time to just read through the entire budget. That said, I noticed that there are some items that are not clear. 31 times it mentions that there are consultation fees, and in this time of fiscal crisis, shall we say, we need to be thinking about how are we utilizing the resources that we have, the people that we have. Similarly with counseling, it appears that the district doesn't hire counselors. Instead, there's, I think, maybe 11 different times where, there's a budget item related directly to counseling services. I am all for counseling, but I'm wondering, why aren't we hiring people within the district? Outside consultants cost more money. I get it that they are easier to fire, but we need to be investing long-term in our district and in our staff within the district. Another issue that was concerning to me was just there are 3 different items on the budget that I was able to ascertain that had to do with public relations. And then there was an interesting, there seems to be a lack of transparency, because there is an item on the budget that just says, I think it's 5.505AO, approval agreement between Nacional La Puente and various consultants for various varied services. There's no amount indicated. So these are the concerns. I'd like transparency in our budget, and I'd like us to live our values. I'd like there to be, in this time of fiscal crisis, for us to have values that reflect our budget and make decisions that way and allocate resources that way. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Maria. Tammy Jurado.
Can you hear me?
Yes, Tammy, would you like to comment for the public hearing on the budget only?
I believe this is part of the budget, yes. I wanted to agree with a couple of the other parents in regards to special education. I have 2 children who are within this district, one at Newton Middle School and one at Los Altos High School, who are both have IEPs. And during the whole issue with closing of the schools, I got really lucky with my daughter having some amazing 6th grade teachers at Newton. And so her transition, although it was difficult, she had 2 really good teachers that really helped. But I'm worried about when she goes back in, we have this hybrid, which is what I prefer. I think you guys need to make sure we have enough money in the special education department, hiring a few more people, because if we go into this one day a week, I think they're still going to have some issues. And same thing with the high school. I did not enjoy the high school experience for my son at all. He had some great teachers, but administration over there, I have some major issues with. So we might need to put some more money into some special education. So when we're thinking about the budget, I really think we need to look at everything because not all children learn the same. And when I'm looking at all these models, they're great, awesome models, but they're kind of, to me, it seems like it's just one kid in this one little box. We kind of need to look at all the children because not all the children do learn the same. So when we have this 1 day a week model, which is fine, what are we going to do for those special education students who might need a little bit extra? Whether it be face-to-face with a teacher in a classroom, which would be, to me, would be okay for some extra, or are they going to have an extra time with a teacher on a Zoom meeting? Or I don't know how that works out, but I think you guys need to make sure you consider that when you're doing these different models, making sure there's enough money in the special education department, because I'm afraid that's going to start lacking. I'm already seeing it lacking at the high school. Newton has an amazing program with some amazing teachers, but I'm hoping that we need to put some money into the special education department. That was my comment.
Thank you, Tammy. Marlon Navarro.
Hi, good afternoon.
Hi, Marlon. Did you want to speak at the public hearing for the annual budget?
I don't think my comment is actually regarding the budget. It is regarding.
Yeah, I think you signed up for public comments later on in
Yes.
the agenda. Okay,
Yes,
we'll call you
yes.
during that time.
Great.
Thank you. Alma Romero. Never mind, stick her hand down. Alki Tapia.
Hi, I also wanted to comment about special education and needing more funding for that. I agree with all the other speakers who also spoke out about special education. It's very difficult on a distance learning format for a lot of the special education students. I do have one, my daughter does receive special education services, and doing classes via Zoom was extremely difficult. So I feel like there needs to be some way to help out those students who may need a little bit more support for the distance learning part, or even with the hybrid. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. And then I see Alma Romero rose her hand again.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, Ellen, did you want to speak to the public hearing regarding the annual budget?
Yes.
Okay,
So
go ahead.
I just wanted to mention that let everyone know that I do appreciate all the hard work everyone's been doing so that the kids can be doing their distance learning at this time. My kids that currently haven't had any problems, but what I haven't been hearing anything about sports. Are the kids even going to have any type of sports? Are they going to have volleyball? Are they still going to have football? I know this whole distance learning is, the 6 feet distance is very important, but I also think sports is important for children. And I hope that that is brought up and put in the budget. Another thing is that I know that some children will be taking AP classes and college courses, and will the laptops that are provided for children, will they be able to be upgraded so that they can link up in different apps so they can do those classes? Because I know that the laptops that they currently have blockers. And my other question is for the seniors that are going to be seniors in 2021. Will they be allowed to only attend the classes that are needed? Because I know there's a lot of seniors that don't need all 6 classes, and I believe if these children are allowed to only take the classes that are needed, it will help everyone else. Those were my concerns.
Thank you, Emma.
Thank you.
All right, we will close the public hearing at this time. For communications, 4.01A, employee associations. I see Margaret Caldera's hand up. Let's go with Margaret Caldera.
I actually raised my hand to speak on the public hearing for the budget because I wanted to speak as a community member, and I only had an opportunity to speak as a CSEA chapter president. So I didn't have an opportunity to do that, nor did I know I was going to be timed. So can I still speak on the budget?
No, the public hearing for the budget is closed. You can speak as a CSEA 115 president.
Okay, am I going to be timed?
You are not timed for this one.
Thank you. So, my name is Margaret Caldera. I am chapter president for CSEA 115, which is the classified support staff. So I will address the budget at this time. In my comments, I did have an opportunity to speak with Interim Superintendent Annie Bowie yesterday regarding the budget. My question to her was, since all monies were going to be going back to the districts, the full funding as they had last year, would she then is she preparing a new budget to present to the board members today? Her answer was no, and she did tell me because the governor isn't scheduled to sign it until the 26th, and they needed to present a budget before June 30th, according to Ed Code, she was going to present this budget. However, she did state that she would be bringing a revision to the school board on that budget once it's been signed by the governor. And I believe we only have one meeting in July. So that's when the revision should take place. Also in that revision that she's going to be making, I hope that, well, not I hope, we had already scheduled a meeting with Jill, all three associations, to discuss the budget and potential layoffs. But now that that has changed, we still should meet regarding the budget and how it's going to affect the employees. And one of the things that we have been asking for in this budget is that in adult school, the rehab program assistants who provide the meals and the catering services for the district in that program, the culinary arts program, were not getting paid for any additional hours over than their regular hours. To this day, the district says that the issue was settled. No, it was not settled. What they agreed to do was only pay them for 3 events in the entire year. That is not fair to them. We had met with Cindy Parolin before she had left, and as well as with Annie, to talk about that, because those CSE members were only given an opportunity to work for comp time, yet there was no records in place for the hundreds and thousands of hours that they've worked over the years. They were not allowed to take comp time when they needed, and there was nothing in the budget for them to take their comp time, because if they're taking their comp time, that means they're still getting paid. There has to be something in that budget to determine that. There was nothing. So whoever was doing that budget, Maggie or Greg, should account for the pay for their employees. Cindy and Annie both said, oh, we would never, ever have an unfunded liability for comp time. We make sure we pay every employee, yet these employees are not being paid. Additionally, I sent a cease and desist to the district as well as a grievance, because this same group of people, of members, the program rehab technicians, were off of work like everyone else. They were called back to work on Friday, June 5th, to report to work Monday, June 8th. On Tuesday and Wednesday, their director, Maggie, I can't even pronounce the name, her last name, McGorgery or something like that, then tells the members, the district is not going to compensate you for these 2 weeks. In order for you to get paid, you have to use your vacation, your ill time, your comp time, or personal time, because we're not paying you. Yet these employees were never called back to work. Jill did respond. Maggie never responded to the cease and desist, but Jill did. Maggie still has not responded to the grievance, so I had to move it up another step. So in that email, Jill did say that she looked into the matter and that they would be paid for one of those 2 weeks. No, that's not good enough. This is not their error. It's a director's error, the district's error. So first of all, this person and people, whoever's doing their budget, is not accounting to compensate the employees. And now again, they're being targeted, you know, and being threatened that they will not receive any pay. Is this good district leadership? The other thing is, today, after these back and forth emails, the cease and desist and the grievance, I find out today that not only is those rehab, but also the stock warehouse people at Willow, 2 of them, same thing, being threatened with no pay for 2 weeks. This district really needs to clean up their act and start treating their employees as they should and compensate them as they should be. The next thing, the reopening of the schools. Anthony, and I don't know who else, Joseph Chang, you know, you send kudos to Judy Fancher for what a wonderful job. What a wonderful job. How is it a wonderful job if CSEA and SEIU was excluded? I can't speak for them, but for CSEA to be purposely left off of this reopening of schools committee, saying that we should not be a part of it until after the fact? No, we have members in the classrooms. We have members that do the job and purchase whatever needs to get whatever tools, supplies that the teachers need in order to provide that education to the students. So we should have been a part of this from the beginning. And then I also heard you, Anthony, say that they volunteered their time in the summer in these committees. So how long has this been going on? Because I just heard about it at the last board meeting, and I'm pretty sure that I heard that the stakeholders and the associations would be included in that. Well, already you guys lied again, because we're not in there. You continue over and over and over not to include the stakeholders, not to include all the associations. We matter. CSEA matters. SEIU matters. The community, the parents, the students, we matter. We want to be included in that, not excluded from that. How are you going to open up safe schools when it affects more than just the teachers? The next thing I want to speak about is our contract. Still have not settled our contract. How long is it going to take for you guys to do that? We're in impasse. We went through mediation. Now we're at fact finding. And in that fact finding, PERB sent out an email. Who was going to be representing the district? Who was going to be representing CSEA? CSEA responded. And still, Jill has not responded to PERB. What is going on, gentlemen? Why can you not settle our contract? Also, it was brought to our attention that the district, someone at the district, I don't know who, or possibly a school board member, emailed Los Angeles County Register Recorder's Office in an attempt to change the sequence of elections in November. When are you going to stop that? It's already gone through LACO. During that hearing, it was determined by Ed Code that the non-represented areas would be next in sequence for elections, which is 1 and 3. And still, you continue to try to manipulate that process. The laws are in place. Laws are in place for that. Honor them. When your terms end, then you have the option of running again or no longer run again. Okay, you created that map, you created those boundary areas, you voted on it, so now stand by your vote. 1 and 3 are the next sequence. And what I would like to know is who sent that email and who authorized that email? Which board members authorized it? Because according to administration, they get direction from you. They have no authorization without you. So who did it? I would like to know, CSEA would like to know, and I believe the community would like to know. Who is it? Let us know. The next thing I would like to speak about is we are aware that Jill Rojas, Assistant Superintendent of HR, her contract is up for renewal on June 30th, 2020. Is that what that closed item session was about? And if it is, you need to give us more information about that. And if it isn't, then it would be coming up on one of your agendas, probably in July. So we ask that you thoroughly consider renewing that contract. Jill, under Jill, she has caused damage and costly actions. Number one is she wrongfully withheld a personnel commission appointment by interfering in that area where the district has, it is completely separate entity. The next thing that happened, we ended up taking it to the Superintendent of Public Instruction, Tony Thurman, and he ruled in CSEA's favor and the commissioner was seated. That's one thing that she did. The second thing is an illegal termination of an employee at the cost of over $500,000. And I recall going to the board and speaking time and time again to settle the contract. To settle the lawsuit because you were going to lose. Sure enough, you lost because the jury found in favor of that employee and that Jill wrongfully terminated someone. So that was a money item, not at your expense, but at the expense of that employee and at the expense of the taxpayers' money. Plus, I was constantly harassed over and over because I was being a witness on behalf of that employee that was wrongfully terminated. And by the way, I was never compensated for the day that I had to take off and go to court in downtown LA. never compensated for my time, and never compensated for the parking. Another thing, she has failed to bargain with CSCA time and time again. La Puente City is going to be doing. So contract you service people that do that work, and you're going to contract with the city and take work away from our members when they need to work right now? And that was never negotiated with us. And I can go on and on about the times that she did not bargain with us. Additionally, she illegally suspended articles in the CSEA contract, as well as SEIU and HLPTA, as stated by Jill Rojas and Annie Bowie. Also, illegally suspended CSEA members' statutory rights, as well as those from SEIU and HLPTA, as stated by Jill Rojas and Annie Bowie. She has not complied with guidance regarding COVID-19 safety measures. There was not proper supplies in the beginning. People were not social distancing until CSEA got involved and told Jill, look, you're bringing people back to work. As the employer, you are required to provide a safe working environment. So you should be making sure that everyone has all the proper equipment and is wearing gloves and masks. She has also failed to notify all employees regarding positive cases of COVID-19 or potential risks to COVID-19, not only to the employees, but to the community. She had refused to sanitize because so many days have passed. Everything still needs to be sanitized and cleaned, especially when we're going to be bringing back students. This is the second time that CSEA is an impasse with Jill Rojas as chief negotiator. When she first came in, after Rob left, Annie was a negotiator. Then Jill came in and took over. What happened? We ended up going to impasse. Okay? We were able to reach an agreement at the mediation process. Now here we are again in impasse. Went through mediation, that didn't work. So now we're at fact finding. So is this really a good negotiator for the district? SEIU went into impasse last year, I believe. So 3 times in what, 3 years? 2 different associations. This impasse is currently in the fact-finding phase. And like I said, Jill has failed to respond to PERB requested information. And up to this point, since the CSEA members have not been able to receive the salary increase that is owed to them for almost a year. July 1st will be a year that they have not received that. Every other association has received it, as well as administration and those non-represented. Jill earns in 2018 Jill earns in 2018 $185,155, what she earned in 2018. plus her other pay of $2,263, plus in benefits, $38,938, for a total of $226,356. Now, she received the 6% salary increase, and she got roughly $13,581. She got that in March when COVID hit. What did CSDA members get? Zero. They got zero. And still right now, almost a year later, it's zero because you have refused to settle the contract. You have refused to settle the tentative agreement that we reached on and take the other matter to PERB, which is Article 3 management rights, which is a waiver of our story rights. You have and still have the ability to close our contract and take that matter to PERB to be decided after. Meanwhile, our members will get that much needed money, and they're not going to get anywhere near $13,000 retro. And do the math on her salary. This was 2018. So what is she getting additionally each month for a whole year that our members have not received it? We ask you, and I'm asking you again, settle our contract. Include us in communication. Include us in the reopening in schools. Include us as employees, as association members. Include us. We want to be included in these conversations. We have wonderful ideas. We want to share them with you, but we can't do that. We cannot have a collaboration of any kind unless we're included in that. Thank you and good evening.
You have Joyce Garcia with SEIU. Joyce, can you hear us? Joyce? Joyce?
Now?
Oh, there you are, Joyce. We hear you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I don't know what happened. Okay, hi, good evening. I'm Joyce from SEIU, the Chief Steward. Good evening, board members and anybody that's listening. There's just a couple of things that I did want to bring up. One of them, I do want to thank Mr. Delatorre for bringing up why we weren't included in the committee at the beginning, because on the flyer that it was sent out by the district, it does say that all unions would be included. But then after, when we see the flyer and everything's done, we really feel that they're not included, even though Judy said that yes, we'll be included after, but it's always after the fact. And we want to be like, I agree with Margaret. We want to be part of it from the beginning, because in every department, it's important to know what's going on, because in some way or another, we touch every department, every secretaries, custodian, food services. We all have to be part of it to work together and for the best for the students. Okay, that's all I have to say about that. And the second one, I wanted to also touch something that Margaret said regarding the La Fuente community. Actually, I've been doing this for years, and actually more classified are working this year than ever. Okay, it's always been 3 sites they serve out of, and we are working, including CSA. A lot of members are working this year, more hours than ever. So they're not taking our work. Actually, they're giving us more work. Okay, I wanted to point out that. Second, since it looks like the budget is going to be the same, We were just wondering if you were going to be considering filling some of the vacancies after all that we do have in our departments that are necessary. And because like the governor, signing the budget, and it was saying that it's going to be like last year's, then we should be able to cover the vacancies that we do need filled. I know not that many of them are, some you can hold off, but most of them you do need them because they're supervisors and we help run the departments. That's really all I had to say tonight. And thank you. Have a nice evening.
Next, we have Billy Joe Wright with HLPTA.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can. Go to begin.
Good evening, Board President Anthony Duarte, board members, Interim Superintendent Annie Bowie, Cabinet, and audience. I am the proud president of the Hacienda La Fuente Teachers Association. Never before in my lifetime has the representation and endless advocacy of HLPTA, the California Teachers Association, and the National Education Association been so necessary and valued by our members, students, and families. We are in the midst of a pandemic and economic crisis that appears to be ongoing, actually endless for the foreseeable future. As the sole representative for our members in child development, TK through 12, and in adult education, as well as nurses, psychologists, counselors, resource specialists, TOSAs, COSAs, and DPSs, we have been challenged to ensure everyone's safety and positions in education while advocating day and night for proper funding at the local, state, and federal levels. I am pleased to say that we work for a district that mirrors our values and efforts, along with a commitment to equity in every child's education. The most recent version of the state budget defers cuts, but does not erase them. We all must get the Senate to pass the HEROES Act so states and education receive the necessary funding to operate in the best interests of this country's citizenry. I encourage everyone to call friends and family in other states, ask them to contact their senators, and tell them to pass the HEROES Act today. I want to thank Board President Duarte and this board for supporting our labor management collaboration. It definitely takes a lot of work from all sides. Annie Bowie has had Dr. Fancher move forward with our HLP LMT group in regards to gathering, framing, and recommending options for us to soon return to some form of schooling for the 2021 school year. There will not be any final decision that truly meets the needs of all students, families, and staff, where everyone will agree what is best. Nothing can replace, over the course of weeks or months, face-to-face instruction and routines our education system has been built around. Nothing new will meet the general schedules society is built around in regards to work and families. So we are tasked with being responsible to best meet the educational needs of every student in this altered environment. We are tasked with everything possible to follow the guidance based on science to keep students and staff safe. All of that while the crisis and guidance seems to change daily, especially since it is based on the actions of so many in society to allow us to move from phase 1 to phases 2, 3, and 4, which would eventually be phase 4, where we are all back to normal. That being said, I want to pause and message the following out loud and clear. Everyone must follow the guidance, period. Those that do not are placing the lives of so many at risk. Our members are someone's child, possibly someone's spouse, parent, aunt, uncle, grandparent. Our students are someone's child and may live with someone at home that is immune compromised or be that themselves. Our students are our kids. Those that do not wear masks, those that do not constantly wash their hands, those that do not practice social distancing are risking the lives of our members and our kids. You are also not helping your child when they return to school because they will follow safety protocols if our members are to be on campus. We all want to be back full-time with students. We all know that is the best learning environment. This will not happen if the adults do not follow the guidance and model such behaviors. Since we are unable to return with a regular schedule based on the guidance, our district has been proactively working through options. After attending the California Labor Management Initiative conference this week, our team came away very proud of where our district is at so far and the level of collaboration, including the plan moving forward, which continues to further involve different stakeholders via various ad hoc committees. Thank you for your direct leadership around this, Dr. Fancher. Thank you to our team and everyone who has participated, continues to participate, and will participate. 28 days left until students are back in school. We can do this. HLPTA held 2 updates for our members last Friday and more than 7 just this week. It is important that we update and obtain input through questions and considerations from our members as professionals in education that work directly with students. We have taken information and data that we have gathered, as well as from CTA and NEA, to bring to the table and to ensure our members have the information themselves. We also have our items that we need our classified family and our parents to help guide us on with their input. We look forward to enlarging our group. These are more reasons why I am proud of the work we have been doing around the budget together. Running schools, especially during this pandemic, will call for all hands on deck. So I hope we continue to move forward together. Speaking of moving forward together, we have a new superintendent about to be installed. HLPTA and our sister unions look forward, as do our community members, to sitting down with the superintendent as soon as possible, since we have big decisions ahead of us and only weeks until the 2021 school year begins. Thank you again, Ms. Bowie. Annie, you have been a rock star. Actually, you have been a dependable force to be reckoned with that I cannot express HLPTA's appreciation enough for. It is not about agreement on issues. It has and remains about credibility and integrity. I look forward to moving forward together. I want to remind us all of the need to focus on mental health. I am concerned about the mental well-being of everyone with so much going on in our world. This pandemic alone is life and death. I am concerned about the mental state of our students and where they will be at in August as the stress of school and life increases. I am concerned for our members that feel the weight of the world to do right by their students and to fulfill their educational philosophy to provide the very best education for students, while also having deep fears about their own health and the concern of bringing something home to their loved ones. These are just some of the stressors around mental health. My members are not the only ones in these positions. I just want us to check in on each other tonight, tomorrow, over the next few weeks, and throughout the 2021 school year. As often as possible, let's truly take time to connect and ensure proper mental health supports are in place. I will close with a fitting quote for us all right now, and as we move forward together. Quote, "Be thankful for problems. If they were less difficult, someone with less ability might have your job." End quote. Good night to all of the problem solvers out there. Take care.
All right, 4.01B, audience members who filed requests to speak. First up, we have Rhonda Furin.
Sorry, can you hear me again?
Yes, we can. Go ahead and begin.
Hi. Yes, I just wanted to make another comment. This actually is general, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So I just want to talk about I was a union rep. And I fought for wages for these teachers for quite a few years as a teacher there in that district. And then when it came down to the actual raise, I was like, what happened to the raise that I thought we were going to get? So I just want to make that comment because that was something, because I was dedicated union rep and never missed one meeting with the school board ever for an entire year. And then another thing that happened to me while working at the district was a few years back, this is probably about 6 years back, I am very pro-life. And I saw what was going on in a recent case here in Yorba Linda with abortions. And I actually was a homeschool teacher through the district with pregnant girls that were on homeschool. And I worked very closely with them. And during that time, I decided that I did not want my union dues going to support abortions. So I was signing waivers. Well, when I happened to have done that through the district, even as a union rep, I started to get retaliation. I even had people come into my house being imposters, saying that they were here to fix appliances in my house when I knew that they were actually associated with the school district. I'm not going to say people's names, but there are videos, because one of these teachers that came into my house pretending to fix my ceiling fan was actually one of the trainers for Common Core math. So I just wanted to make that comment. And then, on these retaliation cases, you actually spend more money retaliating than you actually collect in union dues. So, that actually goes back to the budget. And then as far as Jill Royes, I never actually ever worked for her. She never actually saw me work, but she actually made accusations against me that were very wrong. And when I actually approached her on her accusations, the person that was involved in this ended up being missing and or never found again. I'm not going to name drop, but I did request from her several times FOIA records, which she never actually ever returned. And I even used various attorneys to write letters to her. To this day, she has never supplied those that I've asked for. So when it comes to Jill Royes, I can't remember who was talking. I think it was Margaret that said something about her. I really seriously think that the school district needs to reevaluate who they have working in their district offices when it comes to her, because obviously she's not working for the teachers and or the classified. And that is just my general comment, and I leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhonda. Next, we have Enrique Ochoa.
Good evening.
Go ahead and begin.
I was going to say afternoon, but good evening. Enrique Ochoa, you can hear me, right?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I'm child of retired district school teachers, an alumnus, parent, professor, and steering committee member of Juntos Podemos. We're in the midst of the greatest and momentous racial and social justice movement in the last 60 years. Yes, and we're also in the midst of COVID-19 pandemic and the looming economic recession. I don't have to tell you, but our times and our communities are calling for transformation, not a return to normal, because the pandemic of racism and inequality, right, has been destroying our lives for centuries. Keep in mind, San Bernardino County just announced that racism in their county is a public health crisis. So we have to address structural racism and gross inequality based on race, class, and gender, and gender and sexual identity. Our educational system, including the HLP-USD, is teeming with racism and inequality. We need structural transformation. That's why Juntos Podemos and other community members led the fight for trustee areas. The CVRA is the way to begin this process, and you all agreed. However, you want to do it your way. You chose MAP 3 against community desires. You imposed the sequencing even though it was not in your purview to do. LACO made that very clear, and the Ed Code makes it even clearer, right? It says very clearly in 5021, Section B, if a proposed rearrangement of boundaries is approved by the county committee, and if, right, the boundary changes affect board members, any affected incumbent board member shall serve out his or her term in office, and succeeding board members shall be nominated and elected in the new areas. either you got bad advice from the high-priced lawyers, right, that the district pays, lawyers who are really specialists in real estate and construction and business services, but they're not specialists in education law. That's not even on the credentials. They do list charter schools as one of their areas of expertise, which is actually very troubling that you'd employ anyone that addresses charter schools. And the district is trying, and it looks like the district then is trying to manipulate, do a movido, as we would say, right, with the CVRA to benefit one of the board members whose term is up. Whatever the case, by fighting the ed code and using a lawyer, right, to do so, you're racking up more attorney fees and are dangerously close to being out of compliance. From our research, it seems like HOPSUSD is the first district to try to manipulate the sequencing. We've heard that LACO has never seen the degree of interference by a district like this. You received a letter from Carlos Perez, the attorney who presented the demand letter on our behalf. In it, he makes clear that imposing going to the 1 and 4, as you all are talking about, is a violation of the ed code section, and it will put you out of compliance, and we will then have to take legal action, which will cause more funds. So anyways, right, this is really a time to heed the warning, abide by the ed code. Right? If one of the members whose term is up wants to run, they can move. They can move it to another part. This is about structural reform rooted in structural racism. So please,
that's time.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Juliana Culp.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead and begin.
Hi, my name is Juliana Culp, and I am a product of Hacienda La Puente Unified School District. I went to Bixby, Cedar Lane, and Wilson. My oldest kids graduated from Wilson, and my youngest is currently at Newton Middle School. He's a part of the Spanish dual language inaugural cohort. So I'm also part of Juntos Podemos, and I'm proud to present the voice of a member of this group who was unable to make this call, Gilda Ochoa.
I'm glad I was ensured my right to speak today. I followed the protocols required to make a public comment last week at the special meeting about Wedgeworth, yet I was shut out of the process and my name was never called, like several members of Juntos Podemos. In the midst of massive wealth inequality, economic precarity, and demonstrations against police brutality, the Hacienda La Puente Unified School Board is continuing with business as usual. First of all, by approving the rebuilding of Wedgeworth that is blocks away from Bixby Elementary with plenty of room for students at the cost of $50 to $70 million that the district does not have is unconscionable, especially at a time when the district is thinking about taking out a loan to cover this, when employees are being cut. It seems a little silly to rush to do before the new superintendent begins. I know many schools, including where I teach, Pomona College, they're pausing all new buildings during this time of uncertainty. Secondly, regarding the California Voting Rights Act, CVRA, trying to fight ed policy and LACO to maintain your narrow and classist interest is highly problematic. Let me make this clear for anyone who doesn't know. Board members, district employees, and anyone else who is unaware. Determining which trustee areas are up in 2020 is not something to be decided on by the board or by members of the school district. On the contrary, the California Ed Code 5021B clearly states that in areas where there are no trustees, those are to be the areas up for election. That leaves Area 1, Belinda, and Area 3, La Puente, and parts of Hacienda Heights up for election in November 2020. That members of this board, this district, and this district lawyer have the audacity to try to violate the ed code and push an election in Area 4 to preserve the interests of one board member, even though there's already a board member who is currently in Area 4 and will be there until 2022, is unethical. This action maintains the legacy of inequality and disenfranchisement of La Puente and Belinda, We won't stand for it, and that's why we've had to use legal channels to disrupt the attempt at exclusion.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Elke Tapia.
Hi. I spoke out against an employee and his supervisors in the April board meeting, and since then I was able to speak with both Dr. Fancher and Jill Rojas, and I appreciate them finally taking the time to speak with me. What is workplace bullying? It's repeated stress-inducing actions towards another. It's passive, active, overt, or covert actions that threaten, intimidate, degrade, humiliate, undermine another person, or a combination of those. It creates feelings of defenselessness and can be health harming. Apparently, Ms. Rojas believes that emotional and psychological abuse, mobbing, and retaliation isn't a big deal and that I should just move on. And Dr. Fancher believes that the supervisors, who have yet to be investigated per my January complaint, treated me fairly and responsibly, and that it was okay for them to refuse to resolve issues that were brought up as a problem, allow them to escalate to such an extreme condition as to cause myself emotional trauma and suicidal thoughts, remove me from the district without cause, and attempt to silence me through threats, and then retaliate against my daughter by not having her treated the same way and receive the same services as were previously provided. I am now told by Ms. Rojas that they are re-looking into some of those issues, but until I see more action taken by the district, there is no resolving this for me. I know that the school psychologist that has been reassigned to another school for this upcoming school year, which I'm grateful for, but I want to ensure that this does not happen to any other parent, staff member, or student by this employee or his supervisors. I'm asking that you consider that all district employees be given additional in-services on anti-bullying, anti-harassment, and mobbing practices, and district failed both my daughter and I, and my daughter regressed. My entire family was affected and witnessed the trauma I suffered for over 4 months and that I'm still dealing with. You don't know what it's like unless you've experienced it, how it feels to be triggered by something as simple as a certain word, email, or object on a daily basis. My life was stolen from me, and that is no exaggeration, as Ms. Rojas would like to believe. Some of the board members talked about how it felt to be targeted due to xenophobia at a prior board meeting and how action had to be taken to stop this. And I pose this question to you. How do you think it feels to be targeted, abused, bullied, harassed, intimidated, and threatened, and then retaliated against by a group of people for over a 4-month period? And how is it that any different? How is this supposed to be okay? How is it okay for the head of HR to tell me that she'd like to help me resolve this, but then tells me to just move on and get over it? Your experiences are not the only ones that matter. My experience, how it made me feel, my life, my family's life matter too. And what happened to me and my daughter should never, ever have been allowed to occur. And I want to know how the district make this right. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Adriana Quinones.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead and begin.
Oh, perfect. Good evening, board members and audience. My name is Adriana Quinones. I'm a resident of Hacienda Heights. And today I wanted to touch on several things. The first thing that I wanted to touch on is the trustee areas. Why are we not being honest? Why are we not having integrity? Why are we not keeping trustee area 1 and 3? That's what Los Angeles Office of Education legal counsel suggested. The community of Valinda, La Puente, and Hacienda Heights is asking you to do the right thing. Stop fighting what is right for their communities. That's one thing that I wanted to say. Another thing I wanted to mention is that the reopening of the school committee, it should include everybody. We have an opportunity now with the new superintendent and hopefully 2 board members to reinvent ourselves for a better school district. Let's start by doing things right and being more inclusive. I also wanted to make you aware that HLP movement has grown to close to 900 people now. It's about time that the district starts including this group. And every decision making, because we are growing. We are the community. We are the teachers. We are the classified, and so on. So start including HLP movement in everything that you do. I also wanted to make sure that you, to bring away, Billy was right. We need to concentrate on that. There's a lot of people that are being affected. And lastly, I wanted to welcome the new superintendent and assure him that our community is ready to work with him. He needs to be inclusive of our community. It's not about the teachers, classified, and parents. We, the community, the investors, the taxpayers need to be included in this process as well to having a successful district. And Mr. Wolk, it's time for you to leave. If you want to represent Trustee Area 3, you need to move. But please don't waste legal fees on fighting this. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Next, we have Elaine Wong. Looks like we're having some trouble with Elaine. We'll come back to her. Next, we have Maria Oropesa. Looks like we're having some trouble with Maria as well. Next, we'll go up to Samantha Farias.
Hi, good evening, board members. I'm really just here to personally address you. It recently came to my attention that the district has been attempting to rearrange the sequencing of the upcoming elections in November 2020. I'm really appalled, and genuinely, I just question your character and really your capacity to serve this board. Clearly, these attempts are for the benefit of another board member. In May 2020, the LACO made it clear to the district that these actions would not comport with state law and directed the district to move forward with the elections. Board members should not be taking personal trips with funds that belong to the community and most importantly to our children, and especially at a time now where we see the need for our children. They don't have the adequate for distance learning. They don't have what they need. I received a phone call from a parent in tears crying, I'm hopeless. I don't have the resources. My district is not supporting me. The district, who knows what's going on there? She was so upset. But so much of what is occurring nationwide is directed towards the quality of life, and the quality of life concerns like homelessness, drug addiction, domestic violence, and education. We see that in our city. We see that. In order for change to happen, it has to start within the city. And now is the perfect time for our board members to listen to the community and ultimately support the community and its children. We need healthy communities, and just let me say it again, we need healthy communities. I really urge the board to comport with state law and move forward with elections. I look forward to the opportunity to run as a member of this board. I just want to end with this quote: "A true leader has the confidence to stand alone, the courage to make tough decisions, and the compassion to listen to others. He does not set out to be a leader, but becomes one by equality of his actions and the integrity of his intent." Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Sue Koval.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go to begin.
Thank you. After hearing everybody, I really think this district has some very huge problems, and responsiveness to the community is major. I know that many emails have been sent to Ms. Bowie and Dr. Fancher in regards to this reopening committee, asking who was on it and how they were placed there, and if other people had a chance of joining it. To this, I believe that nobody has gotten any response except board meeting. This hearing on funds for the budget of 2021 also involved the Wedgeworth School project, where so many funds are already spent. I'm asking about these expenditures, where the funds will be coming from. Mr. Delatorre asked for discussion before the vote, and the rest of the board ignored him and went right to the vote. Last I knew, a discussion had input of more than one person. A discussion. The community has never been given answer to why the board would go ahead with that decision, or at any point in time have they ever given us any information of why this is even still on the board. Never an explanation or ever a reasoning. As for donations, I'm wondering about, I'd like to know if they are accepted before they are seen. Are donations the plan for the Wedgeworth School project funds? Please help us understand. Is that how we're building the school? Then we would really need to know where any donations might be coming from. Also, please explain how a vote can go on regarding the Wedgeworth project without final reports on CEQA and the EIR and the hearing that we were promised before construction would be approved. There are significant impacts that need to be addressed, and so far you failed to address them. And I praise Mr. Delatorre for trying to get you to open a discussion and get it out there why you would decide to vote on that project. But the rest of you, I think maybe to try to change the sequence from 1 and 3 to 1 and 4. So thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you, Sue. Next is Brian Correas.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yep, go ahead and begin, Brian.
Hello, good evening, everyone. I wanted to speak to the California Voting Rights Act. HOPUSD has shown a great promise at the start of this effort to ensure that those disenfranchised are heard. And I want to urge you to move forward with elections in Area 1, which is Valinda, and Area 3, which encompasses both Hacienda Heights and La Puente. California Ed Code 5021B instructs us to have elections in these unrepresented areas. The most recent wave of demonstrations around the nation make it clear that we all have more to do. And I want to remind the HOP School Board that we are only as strong as the most vulnerable in our community. I urge you to join our community in empowering those that have never had a voice before. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. Next, we'll go to Marlon Navarro.
Hi, good evening, Hacienda La Puente Unified School District and Board. So the first thing I'm going to ask, is it possible for the next time to have parents speak before the labor unions? I mean, with all the soapboxing, it's just really difficult for us to get through to you guys. And so a lot of us dropped off, unfortunately, given the long-winded speaking. It's ridiculous. But the reason why we were calling is because many of us parents were actually a group of us who are commuting from Whittier area city. We belong to both East Whittier and Low Joint Unified. We're making the trek out to Hacienda La Puente Unified because of the dual immersion program, and in particular with COVID, as many of you all have already heard, there is quite a concern with regard to and what degree and quality of the language support that will be provided by your district via distance learning. We just want a little bit more communication with regard to not only the specific supports around the language, but what curriculum will be used, if it is a curriculum that is going to be developed by teachers or outsourced. And in addition, is the school year still expected to be 180 days? I think these are ultimately questions that are imperative for us. We are more than interested in joining the committee with Ms. Fancher to provide parental opinion and input with how this could potentially look like. Knowing that dual language students require more than usual, or more than monolingual students require the day-to-day in-person instruction. Our students remaining in your district is ultimately and will be highly contingent on what this instruction will look like. We know that the current plans by our local districts have been released and provide the option for 3 options for parents, which is full-time instruction, hybrid, and 100% online distance. And so what we would advocate for is the high quality instruction, especially with the passing of AB 77 that is expected to be signed on Saturday by Governor Newsom, and specifically identifies that the substance of the instruction should be similar to the quality of the in-person instruction. Unfortunately, I know with the pandemic, many teachers were not trained and ready to be prepared to use Zoom. What I would say is that our students only receive 30-minute instruction on a given day. And so that was only—
Marlon, thank you for your time. Thank you for calling. That's your time. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Next speaker is Giselle Navarro Cruz.
Hi, good evening. Thank you so much. I, like Marlene, wanted to talk about the importance of daily instructional meetings with the children. So I have a soon to enter kindergartner and a 3rd grader in the dual language program, and I'm very happy that they have this opportunity. I understand the value of multilingualism, and I appreciate that Hacienda Heights has a strong dual language program. But during this COVID pandemic, it was obvious to me that there was a very, and it's crisis teaching, right? It was very difficult, but I hope to see that teachers are much more prepared and that they have training beyond Canvas training, right? Just understanding how to support children's language and social emotional development, even through distance learning. There's so many great trainings already out there. And I also want to see that, I see all these different options that parents have, but I hope to see that children have teacher interactions daily. That doesn't mean that they would have to be long, right? We saw how children have limited, they shouldn't be on the computer that time for too long, but having 30 minutes daily to meet with the teacher instead of once or twice a week is very important for the linguistic and social emotional development of especially young children. And that's who Marlene and I and other parents who are on here are really advocating for. As I'm also a researcher, I'm a professor, and my focus is on early childhood and multilingualism. So I clearly understand the importance of having daily instructional time on for children who are multilingual. So I think that's one of the important things that I really want to point out. I want to also point out the importance of parent input. I don't feel like we've had too much of an input. I appreciate the surveys. I am part of DIAC. I am the chair, but I did not know that there was a meeting in the previous, during during the pandemic. So I will follow up and see when I can be part of those meetings and continue advocating for all children. Teachers also have there's consistent teacher expectations. I love that some children had those amazing teachers, while others like myself and many parents that I know had their children once on live Zoom meetings for a dual language program, which was very minimal. So I hope to see what the plan is in terms of daily instructional time and teacher training specifically for all dual language learners. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's go back and try Elaine Wong again. All right, and let's go try Maria Oropesa again.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Maria. Go ahead and begin.
Okay. So as several people have mentioned, we are in crisis. We are in a racial crisis. We are in the middle of a pandemic, and we are in a fiscal crisis. I would suggest that how the district responds in these crises with decisions should be decisions that move us closer to our core purpose and mission, and that we draw on those guiding principles that are listed on the website. One states that we believe students, parents, staff, and community have a shared responsibility for a professional culture built on collaboration, mutual trust, and respect. Number two, long-term fiscal well-being. I would like to speak to each of these principles and present examples. So first of all, the movement by the board to change the sequencing election so that Hacienda can be represented in 2020, this is very confusing to me because area number 3 represents Hacienda Heights and La Puente. There are a total of 5 schools, 2 are in Hacienda Heights and 3 are in La Puente. It seems symbolically very important to have area 3 be part of this first election after transitioning to a trustee area. The other point is that such a move to redo sequencing does not address the original violation of the California Voting Rights Act and still makes a district vulnerable to a lawsuit and paying the legal fees of both parties. Representation matters. Looking at the SARC School Accountability Report card, all the schools in Hacienda Heights are rated as good in terms of their interior, in terms of their facilities on 8 measures. In La Puente, only half of the schools are rated good in terms of their interior. And Valinda, all the schools are rated as poor. That's what happens when you don't have representation. You don't have accountability. This board has not been accountable. Now, some would say that the district wants the Wedgeworth project to proceed, and that it would probably be stalled if La Puente, Valinda, and Area 3, which encompasses both La Puente and Hacienda Heights, were represented, because different budgetary decisions would be made. I don't want to speculate that, but it seems that if the decision to go ahead with Wedgeworth is this, it seems right now the decision to go ahead with Wedgeworth is fiscally irresponsible. When we have already, their district has a historic and present failure to educate Latino students in both La Puente and Hacienda Heights, and data shows that.
Thank you, Maria. All right, those were all the requests, filed requests to speak before the 3 p.m. deadline. We're going to move on to 5 consent items. 5.00 consent items action blocks covers all of the items listed in consent items category. Do you have a motion?
I want to talk about some of the consent.
Mr. Dalzari, go ahead.
I would like to on consent.
We have to make them.
Mr. Delatorre? Mr.
We have to make them.
Delatorre? Wait,
Yes,
you guys
I'm sorry.
already. So yes, so after we make a motion in a second, then you can pull the items you want to discuss.
Gotcha. Thank you.
So Quack moves.
We have a motion by Mr. Kwok. Is there a second?
Martin seconds.
Second by Mr. Medrano. All right, Mr. Delatorre, which items would you like pulled?
Okay. There's some that are connected, but I'm just going to give them to you. So if we need to discuss them, I'm going to begin with 5.05I.
Give us a second because we all have to mark them. So
Absolutely.
5.05I. Got it.
5.05Q.
5.05Q.
5.05AZ.
5.05AZ as in zebra.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, you got that.
Next one, 5.05BA.
5.05BA.
5.05BB.
5.05BB.
5.05BD.
BD.
D as in dog.
Yes.
5.05BE as in elephant.
5.05BE.
Correct. 5.05BG.
5.05BG.
Correct. 5.05BH.
5.05BH.
5.05BI.
5.05BI.
5.05BK.
5.05BK.
5.05BL.
5.05BL.
Correct. 5.05BN.
5.05BN. All right. Are there any
There's
other
more.
board members?
There's
Sorry?
more. I got a couple more. It's part of the 5.05 AQ.
Auto sequence, right? AQ?
Yes, AQ.
5.05 AQ.
5.05 AW.
5.05 AW.
5.05 AX.
5.05 AX.
Yes.
Anything else, Mrs. Delatorre?
Nope. Like I
Are
said,
there any other board members?
all of them are interconnected, so hopefully.
Yeah.
How about I added some more? Okay, and the first one is 5.04 P. 5.05
Give me 1 second. I'm going. 5.04 what?
P like Paul.
P as in Paul. 5.04 P as in Paul. Okay.
Right. 5.05 R.
5.05 R.
5.05 U.
5.05 U.
5.05 W.
5.05 W.
Yeah. And 5.05 Y.
5.05 Y.
5.05 Z.
5.05 Z.
5.05 A.
5.05 AA.
5.05 BJ. Like a
5.05 BJ.
yes. And there's one thing in the weekly report, but I couldn't find it. It says to prove the applied education system, business and the IT system for La Puente High School. Anybody see this? What is the item number of this one? Or it's not in the agenda?
So we had time to review the agenda ahead of time, Dr. Chang, so that way we could be prepared to pull items right now. So we're gonna go ahead and move on to any other board members who want anything pulled. Mr. Medrano?
I'm good, thank you.
Mr. Kwok? You're muted, Mr. Kwok.
No, thank you, Mr. President.
All right, you guys are gonna give me laryngitis tonight. All right, for the rest of the items that were not pulled, can we have a roll call vote?
Mr. Medrano?
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre?
Aye.
Mr. Kwok?
Aye.
Dr. Jung?
Aye.
Mr. Duarte?
Aye, motion carries 5-0. So the first item, 5.04, P as in Paul. Approve to authorize the interim superintendent or designee to notify the Personnel Commission of the district's concurrence with the proposed Personnel Commission budget for fiscal year 2020-2021 for an amount of $757,600. Do I have a motion?
So moved. Kwok.
Motion by Mr. Kwok. Do you have a second? I will go ahead and second. Discussion.
Okay, I have just a questions in here. Is if we approve this budget, and if we in the July and maybe July 15, we have a budget cut, then how far is this budget? Are we we have to go along with this budget even we have a budget cut, or they should have a budget cut as well? Anybody can answer this question?
So Dr. Chang, I believe that the personnel director from Personnel Commission is somewhere in the audience. If maybe we can call him and let he will be answered that. But it's my understanding is that if you approve the budget and if you move it to the county superintendent, it will be approved for the whole year.
Nancy, can we unmute Israel?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Good evening, board members. So to answer your question, Dr. Chang, this particular budget has been reduced. So this is actually a reduced budget. And if there is the possibility, should there be further reductions down the line, then the commission could circle back to the personnel commissioners to discuss any other potential actions that might be needed. But this particular budget that's been presented already includes a cut of 11%.
No, that one is about it's a long and
percent, and that pro discussed prior that they consider if the cut already, and if you need the board would like later on if there's a further budget cut, we can always circle back and ask Personnel Commission to take an action later.
Okay, so yeah, that's fine. The only thing that concerns me is in here is how firm is this number? Because in the future, if we have a budget cut and if we even and the situation we froze the hiring, then we don't need any the full staffs in the Personnel Commission, right? So that time we will do the adjustment.
So,
Dr.
Dr. Chang, I think Israel worked really hard to give us a very fiscally conservative budget for his department. You looked really hard at it. So, Israel?
Yes, I would agree with that. I think that we did go back several times, and in cooperation with the commission and with the district administration, go back to look and make all the possible cuts that were necessary. Should it be necessary to make those cuts, and if it does come down to additional discussion by for this purpose, then we would be more than happy to have those discussions at the commission level to review anything that would be needed at that time.
Very good. I understand. Yeah, I think you have already answered my question because we can approve this one, and just in case we need to do the adjustment, we can do in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sure, no problem.
Any other questions? Any other questions? All right, can we have roll call vote, please?
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye, motion carries 5-0. Next, we have 5.05I. Approved master contract between Hacienda La Puente Unified School District and Provo Canyon School, a non-public school, to provide services for special needs students from July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021 at a basic education rate of $162 per student per diem to residential room, board, and mental health services for an amount of $3,543 per student per diem and not to exceed $5,000 for family visitations. Can I have a motion?
Kwok
I make a
moves.
motion.
We have a motion by Mr. Kwok and a second by Dr. Chang.
Yes.
Discussion.
Yes.
Go ahead, Mr. Del Torre.
Okay. I am going to ask a lot of these items that we pulled out, they're similar. And all I ask is if you can read them to the public. It might be the same answer for all of them, but I understand that mental health and counseling is a great need and priority. But I do need to ask, why do we have to have so many providers? I counted 13. Is it because each provider has a limit on how many students it serves? In lieu of providers, can we hire our very own psychologists and counselors that don't charge per student to support our own students and staff? Discussion.
Now, Superintendent Bowie or Dr. Fancher, I believe all these are for IEPs, is that correct?
That is the provider service to the special ed student. That is correct. Some of them IOP and some of them like the item of 505I, this is a non-public school. So in the case that you don't have the resource in-house that you cannot, you need to refer the student to a non-public school in this item 505I, this is one of the choice of the non-public school. And normally before we do send a student to the non-public school, there is a process involved that I'm sure that Dr. Fancher or the special director, Mr. Dietrich Hurst, can explain it better than me in terms of that, but I am fully aware that there is a process before we even send it out. But in the case that if we don't have any other option that we need to send them to a non-public student to a non-public school, we have an option to do so. So if the Provo Canyon School is one of the public schools that we've been refer our students there for not this year, multiple years in the past, and I believe that currently we have either 1 or 2 students there. So if this is necessary for the next year, that we can continue to provide the service to our students which already enrolled at the school.
Dr. Fancher?
Yes, we have various vendors, providers on board, because when students move in and they have discrete services on their IEPs, we don't always have those specific services. So we try to have a range of things. And of course, we do not pay them if we do not use their services. And Annie is absolutely correct about not just the Provo school, but other non-public schools. We had been in a situation in the past where we didn't have a contract in place. We had a student who was a risk to himself and the safety of other students, sort of contingency plans in place. And that's what some of these contracts are.
And Dr. Fancher, if we don't have some of these contracts in place for when we need it for our IEPs, that's when we end up being sued and having to pay out some of these lawsuits, right?
Right, because we are responsible for providing the service straight away. And then if they're the independent educational evaluations, they have a right to that, to request that. So we try to anticipate, based on movement that's happened in the past and people who've moved into our district, we try to anticipate the range of services that we might need.
So if I may, my understanding is that we're required by law in order to go ahead and provide these services. It's not at a committed amount. It's a case-by-case basis. It's unknown, but we certainly want to comply with the law because obviously of the litigation that's inherent in this area. So we're being responsible by complying with the law and providing that as an option, correct?
That is our intention. This is correct.
Thank you.
Any further discussion?
If you don't mind, like I said, there are others that are similar. So unless you want to read them all now, I mean, we could just get rid of some of the items.
Unfortunately, once they've been pulled, we have to read them. So we'll just read them and then we'll
Okay.
vote on each one. Yeah.
Sounds good. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, we'll have roll call vote.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Duarte, Mr. Doherty,
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. 5.05Q. Approve agreement between Hacienda La Puente Unified School District and Foothill Family Services Early Child Development Program, Early Esteem, to provide mental health services on an as-needed basis for the Head Start program for the 2020-2021 school year for 765 hours at $96 per hour for an amount not to exceed $73,440. Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion. Martin makes motion.
Motion by Mr.
Second.
Medrano, do I have a second? Second by Mr. Kwok. Any discussion?
Yes.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Del Torre.
I'm gonna say it again and again. We need to hire our own psychologists, credentialed, and counselors to support our district. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye, motion carries 5-0. 5.05R. Approve agreement between Hacienda La Puente Unified School District and Achieve 3000 to participate in a web-based educational program for freshman students for the 2020-2021 school year for an amount not to exceed $60,498 as listed per school site. Can I have a motion?
Kwok moves.
Motion by Mr. Kwok, is there a second? I will second. Discussion.
Okay. Yeah. Actually, the following comment probably is all about the same thing. And for this item is as requested software, help the students in improving the language skill. And when we choose those softwares, there's two concerns in here. The one is this the best software available on the market? Because we know these softwares they improve every year, and if we use one software for so many years, maybe it is convenience for us to use, but on the other hand, it may be outdated. And the second concern I have in here is, in other words, we want to use a software on the market, with the same price or maybe less price, and we want the best for our students. The second one is, do we have a measurement or some kind of accountability to determine how many times those students use this software, and how much improvement those students will have, and whether those software meet the target we expected do we have any measurement or accountability systems to determine the valuable of those softwares?
I was sorry, I was writing down your question so I wouldn't forget it.
Okay, that's good.
So is it the best software available? Any software that is intervention software can always be problematic. It serves a role to help students to sort of improve their comprehension and their literacy. I'm a firm believer in that, the teacher is obviously the best, interventionist of all, but especially in this time of uncertainty and with so much distance learning going on, it is a viable resource for them to have these online options. Achieve 3000 we've actually not been using for very many years. I believe Wilson was the first school to use it, and then as the school found some success with it, the other high schools have gone on board with it. But I do appreciate the fact of the accountability. That is something that we have actually discussed in the instructional division about the number of different softwares that we do have. That was one of our goals, was to sort of start to do exactly as you said, Dr. Chang, is to line them up. Which ones are giving us results, which ones are not. And then with this pandemic and school closures, we thought this isn't the year to start taking things away from schools or making them change when they're used to their different services. And that's why some of our schools have different services. We've expressed this concern before, but we do make sure that they have interventions that work for them. We do try to give them some independence and flexibility to meet the needs of their students. And when they find software that's working for them, we like to support them in that. But we certainly can ask for a report. I think that's if specifically for Achieve 3000, we can ask for, some data on that. I'll have Yvette put together a report on the schools and what results they've had from Achieve 3000.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there any further discussion? Hearing none, roll call vote.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte.
Aye, motion carries 5-0. We have a request. We're going to take a 10-minute recess break. We'll resume. It's 8:10. We'll resume at 8:20. All right, we're going to go ahead and resume the meeting. Do we have all the board members back? I see Mr. Del Torre. Give a few more seconds for everybody to get back. Please announce when you're back.
I'm here. Quack.
Mr. Kwok,
Here.
Mr. Medrano. All right, we have quorum, so we'll go ahead and begin. 5.05U, approve agreement between the Hacienda La Puente Unified School District and IXL Learning to participate in the web-based educational program from July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021 for an amount not to exceed $17,271 as listed per school site. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion.
Motion by Dr. Chang.
Second, De La Torre.
Second by Mr. Del Torre. Discussion. Is there any discussion? I will ask one more time. Any discussion?
Yes.
All right, go ahead, Dr. Chang.
Yes. One team. But this is the best one fit our students' need on the market because everything change every year. And the second one is do we have a measurement? And is this a program, how many times this program being used by our students or per students, how many times they use for these programs? And also, do we have a measurement about their improvement, the skill, the math and the literacy skills, the improvement? Do we have any measurement or do we have any data to follow up on this software?
Dr. Chang, I will give you a similar answer to the one I did last time. I do know that IXL, Dr. Lin has been texting me that it was brought in, especially with the beginning of Common Core. And so a lot of schools use it since then. But what I hear you saying is that you're wanting to, I think, sort of a comprehensive report of these various online softwares that we use and if they're having an impact on student achievement. So what I'd like to offer is that perhaps, maybe we can get our schools up and going for the fall, and then we could do a comprehensive report for you, for all the board members on these various softwares that we have and the impact on student achievement. Of course, we'd want to skip this last spring since it was so problematic, but we would be happy to put together a report on all of these different software because I think it is a good question to ask.
Dr. Fancher, if I may, for any of these software types of applications, I'm going to defer back to Dr. Chang.
Dr. Chang, for whatever reason, you're not coming through on my computer. I don't know if it's just me.
Did we just lose Dr. Chang?
It looks like it.
But
Yeah.
while
Mr. Kwok.
Yeah, while he's gone, let me just kind of, for efficiency, let me just say this. Oh, Dr. Chang is back. He can go ahead. I defer. Never mind. Let me just say this very quickly. So for all of our applications that we get, obviously we should have an idea of what we want to achieve and then have some measurables, right? And then see what the delta is and then go ahead and examine that and then make a decision on a going forward basis. Thank you very much.
I do want to emphasize that schools have different needs, and so that's why some of them may be opting for different software depending on where their students' needs are and what the staff is, comfortable with. So we do, like I said, try to give the schools some range of flexibility with, spending their site funds on products that work for them.
So Dr. Fancher, my point on that is that we provide oversight, right? But they also have their own level because they also have school site council and unique student bodies and demographics. But nonetheless, just providing that level of oversight and guidance. Thank you.
Looks like Dr. Chang dropped again. We'll give a few seconds till he gets back in.
I'm back.
Go ahead with your comments, Dr. Chang.
Okay, now I'm back. And somehow the internet has a problem. Okay, I'm ready.
Dr. Chang?
Yes?
Go ahead. Do you have
I'm
any
ready.
further comments?
No more.
No more. All right. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Chung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye. Before I go on to the next one, I just do want to point out what we're experiencing here is what our students and our teachers are experiencing with distance learning. And so how difficult this is, imagine having to do it with 15, 20, 30 kids. It's difficult. So I want to point that out. This is very frustrating and difficult. All right, 5.05W. Approve agreement between Hacienda La Puente Unified School District and Renaissance Learning to provide a web-based math subscription license to students and virtual learning session for teachers at Wilson High School, September 1st, 2020 through August 31st, 2021, for an amount not to exceed $5,250. Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion. Martin makes the
Motion
motion.
by Mr. Medrano. I will go ahead and second that motion. Any discussion? So again, any discussion?
Web-based the software. I'm talking. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can. Yes.
Okay, good. So this is the same thing. First is about this software and whether it is the best one and for grade levels and standards. So the software, online software, and with videos and homework assignment and the quiz and everything, and the whole suite from kindergarten to 12th grade. That's called Khan Academy. Have we ever, instead of this one, or this one has been evaluated to be the best available on the market for the student use for this purpose? And also the second one is the measurement.
So the difference between this and Khan Academy is that this kind of software does give diagnostic reports, and it then also generates lessons that are specific to the skill building that that student needs. This is the second year that Wilson is using this, and they do use it as part of their intervention program for their underperforming students. But again, Dr. Chang, we will include all of these in a comprehensive report. We'll have that to you because it will take quite a bit of time to gather all that data. So if we could focus on getting our schools reopened, and then we'll create a comprehensive report for the entire board on all of these different online softwares that we use.
Okay, so school already know the existence of the Khan academies, right? That's software.
I'm sorry, could you
They
read?
know that, and they believe this one is better than the Khan Academy.
Well, Khan Academy doesn't
Has already made a
diagnostic.
comparison.
I don't believe Khan Academy does individual diagnostic assessments ongoing where a student can, sort of start and then proceed throughout the school year, and then also get assignments or work and skill building that is detailed to what the software has diagnosed as a need for their skill building. So it's a little bit different. Yes, Khan Academy is great. It's a wonderful open access for students to get help on mathematics. It doesn't do quite what this program does.
Any further discussion?
Yes.
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Del Torre.
Yes, I wanted to ask, I know this is for intervention, this license. I wanted to know, has it been expanded or can it be to the other high schools?
So
Why only Wilson? Yeah.
Yes. So what typically happens with all the schools is one or two schools will try something out, and then when they find that it's working for them, the other schools will, start to get on board with it. Not get on board, but if they tend to have like one school be like a pilot almost, and then the principals talk. And if the principals say, yes, we've really had success with this, then the other principals will usually look into providing the same software. And later on, you'll see with Turnitin.com, that's kind of what has happened as well. So I would anticipate that's what happened with Achieve 3000. Wilson started it, and then the other schools, they had success with it with their intervention program, and the other schools came on board. And so I expect similar types of things with this software and with other software if they get the result that they're looking for.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion?
I'm good.
Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. 5.05Y. Approve agreement between Hacienda de la Puente Unified School District and Turnitin LLC to participate in a web-based educational program from July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021 for an amount not to exceed $20,967.44 as listed per school site. Do I have a motion?
Kwok moves.
Motion by Mr. Kwok. Is there a second?
Second.
A second.
Second by Mr. Del Torre. Discussion.
Okay. And I have a question. Is I'm not familiar with this software, and also as I understand that this Canvas, this program, provide lots of tools to assess the student and to do the instruction, assessment, and also the homework, grading, and it can do many other things. So when they submit this one, have they make a comparison of this software versus the Canvas software? That one we were going to have to, to do the students' evaluation.
So Turnitin Canvas is a learning management system, and Turnitin is a software that is not just for, one of the key functions it does is that when students are writing a paper, it can let them know how much is actually plagiarized. And so it kind of gives a range, like, colors up to, like red, or it used to, could have changed over the years. But colleges do use Turnitin as well. That's why I said Turnitin.com. A lot of colleges do use this when students submit their writings for across the departments, not just for an English class. Also, additional features of Turnitin are that students are able to do peer reviews with it. Teachers can interact with them during their drafts, and then they can also have their drafts evaluated for plagiarism and let them know that they need to go back and add some more commentary, do some more research that they've copied too heavily. So it really is a useful tool if used correctly. It was mentioned the other day that we do need to work with our students to help them understand what plagiarism is and how to avoid it in their papers. So it serves a different function. I am not aware of anything that I've seen in Canvas that that does something like this, but it is a tool that can be used within Canvas that the students can be assigned in Canvas to turn in their papers through Turnitin, and the teacher will be able to get it. But there are some unique qualities about Turnitin, and teachers, especially English teachers, but across the departments have been using it for many years. It's been around for quite a while.
Okay, as long as the answer to the two questions, why is it is the best available software, and the second one is we have the measurement to prove this software is the. Thank you very much for your answer.
And this software is used district-wide, correct? It's not just middle school or high school, it's district-wide?
You know,
No,
right
only
now
high school.
right now it's only at the high school, and this is the first year that we've had it at all the high schools. We're using some of our low performing student block grant funds to support this implementation at all of the high schools.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm. You're welcome.
All right. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Jones,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. 505Z. Approve agreement between Hacienda La Puente Unified School District and 5-Star Students to provide a one-year subscription for a monitoring and identification system at Los Altos High School for the 2020-2021 school year for an amount not to exceed $1,350. Do I have a motion?
Kwok moves.
Motion by Mr. Kwok. Is there a second?
Second, De La Torre.
Second by Mr. De La Torre. Discussion.
Okay. But same thing. I just wondering whether this Canvas can do the same work for this 5-star software. And as a matter of fact, I think from now on that all the students should have one account, Canvas account, and therefore the Canvas has the ability to send to the different group, different class, and the different levels of students. So in that sense, it appears to me that the Canvas can do the work for this software, but I just want to confirm with you, see whether maybe this software can do something differently than the Canvas, which Canvas cannot do.
So this software replaced what they used to have was called Hero. And so far, Los Altos is the only school who's really invested in this type of thing, where students, when they attend events, they can check in with their ID cards. Well, right now we can't even have events, but they would check in with their ID cards so they would know who was there. And then when they would leave, they would check them out so they would have a timestamp. They also use it for when kids show up tardy. Also, they use it for, scanning for rewards for positive things on campus as well. So it really, again, is a different type of service than what Canvas does. This is really meant to be more of an incentive program. And also, like I said, at events and different functions, they have a way to track kids in and to track them out with very specific time stamping. So that way they know exactly who is still under their supervision.
Fancher.
Yes, sir.
Los Altos High School has used a program like this for more than 1 year.
Yes.
And every time I go to Los Altos and I talk to them about this, or at least when I do talk to them about this, it's always been very positive. And the students has also been very receptive. I think Mr. De La Torre is shaking his head because his kid goes there, and it's always been very, very good, right? And so I've always seen this as a positive aspect of it, not as something that's punitive. Right. So this is something that works for them, and they want to continue to do that. And it has been embraced by their school, the teachers, the classified, as well as their administrators and students. Correct?
Yes, that is my understanding.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right, any further discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, can we have roll call vote, please?
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Chung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye, motion carries 5-0. 5.05 AA. Approve agreement between Hacienda La Puente Unified School District and Casa Colina Comprehensive Outpatient Rehabilitation Services to provide athletic trainer services for the 4 comprehensive high schools from July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021 at a rate of $42 per hour for an amount not to exceed $168,000. Do you have a motion?
Kwok moves.
Motion by Mr. Kwok. Is there a second?
Second.
And this one is just because of pandemic, and we do anticipate to have an athletic event for this 2020 to 2021. And do we really need this training program?
Guidelines for sport have just come out, and while it doesn't look like they're encouraging games, they are allowing socially distanced training and practice in the hopes that eventually we will get back to having athletic competitions. But you are right, there's a lot that is still up in the air. The CIF, especially impact of the sport. But you do raise a good point that without an uncertain school year, but we would, if students still are able to train and are able to practice with all the rules that they have, which there are many, but there is a way to do it if that is something we want to pursue. And that's one of the conversations we are going to have is about especially high school athletics.
Dr. Fancher. I'm sorry, Dr. Chen, I thought you were done. Continue, please.
Okay, I just asking, can this one on a needed basis? In other words, we may not have to have this 1-year contract, and maybe we can start the contract when we need it. Can we do that?
Yeah, we do pay them at an hourly rate. So if they aren't working their hours, we won't be paying them. So that is, it's not a guaranteed salary for them each month. It is what, when they work games or when they work practices and things like that.
This is pay for service.
Yeah, yes.
Mr. Kwok, you had a question?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, President Duarte. I was just going to point out exactly what Dr. Fancher said. It's actually on a per hour basis. There's no minimum here, at least not what I can see. And also, as we go forward, if we do need the services, it would be difficult for the board to actually come in and do this since we don't meet that frequently. So this is on a as needed basis. The other part that I will point out is that I am on the CIF board of directors, called the Federation of Presidents. And at our last meeting, we talked about this, and to say it's up in the air is an understatement. Nothing has been determined. They have talked about so many different possibilities. They've even talked about the possibility that in order to be fair to all the sports, that they have a season from January to like March or something like that for all the sports in order to get them all in. So, but they've made no determination whatsoever, because they don't want to have a situation where, let's say, the fall sports get disproportionately impacted, and later on you get the spring sports that are able to be played. So they're going through all these permutations, but I do believe that we have to have something there in the event that we do need either practices or something of that kind. Our kids deserve to be supported the extent that we can for these types of activities. Thank you very much.
And I do want to say Casa Colina has been a wonderful partner with us. Before that, we were going through a variety of trainers and they were hit and miss and they weren't consistent. They wouldn't stay. And since we've been with Casa Colina, we have had consistency of trainers and support for our athletes.
I've been to many events where this has occurred, and I do know that they've always been there when we've had an injury on a football field or something to that effect. So this is very, very integral to the health and safety of our student athletes, that we have professional trainers that are dedicated to this, to be on the spot in the event that there is an injury.
Absolutely.
Thank
And
you.
that is why we are required to have trainers, especially at, you know, like I said, high impact sports like football.
Dr. Fancher, I know the guidelines came out about 2 weeks ago, and I know we are still unsure, like Mr. Kwok just said, of whether or not we're going to have sports in the upcoming school year. But has the district discussed about conditioning, at least because we only have, like you said, 28 days left of summer. So is there any outdoor conditioning that we've been discussing, how we can do it safely to let some of these teams, just in case, come back for the month of July to condition?
Cynthia Gomez has started, because athletics is actually under her as well. And so she has started conversation with especially the high school principals, because we know that's where the key focus is on sports and many times. So they're starting that conversation, looking at what they can do with the conditioning, with the social distancing. I was reading the guidelines. It's like, you know, water polo, you each have to have your own ball and it has to be cleaned. And I'm thinking you're in a chlorinated pool. But still, that is what they're saying, is that each student has to have their own equipment. They has to be cleaned before and after, social distancing. So there are things that we can do with the students if they're comfortable doing so, wearing masks. So we just have to determine the comfort level of our coaches and our schools and our families and students.
Do we have a time frame for that? Because again, 28
Yeah,
days.
I think August 5th is kind of our time frame. But we know that summer sport is usually already undergoing. We usually have summer leagues happening, and it's usually a very busy time. But Cynthia's working on that.
Not so much summer leagues, so I don't think that's going to happen this summer. But
No.
just
But that's what I'm
conditioning.
saying. Yeah.
Yeah.
And so we hope that with the start of school, we're able to do some conditioning, but we are holding off on the hiring of coaches until we have a little bit, our walk-on coaches, until we have a little bit more determination of what it is we need and anticipate.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Jung? Dr. Jung?
Aye.
Mr. Duarte? Thank you. Mr. Duarte?
Aye, motion carries 5-0. 5.05AQ. Approve agreement between Hacienda La Puente Unified School District and Lee Andrews Group to provide public relations and community outreach services for the 2020-2021 school year for an amount not to exceed $30,000 on an as-needed basis. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion. Can I make a motion?
Motion by Mr. Del Torre. I'll go ahead and second. Discussion?
Yes. Okay, I don't feel we need many public relations services, but this one in particular, I can tell you for the last 2 years, I'm not satisfied with this PR services company. They lack professionalism when it came down to representing the district. Many times, this group would throw the board under the bus, and I didn't appreciate that. Even though they probably didn't know who I was. So I'm not happy with this company. And if it's passed, they need to go back and truly provide the services that they were hired to. And I'm just not happy with them. And I feel we have too many of these PR companies representing our districts. We can have our own committee. We have lawyers. We can sit down and speak to our voters. We don't need to have, we don't need to hide behind a PR company services. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Del Torre. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Nay.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye. Motion carries with 4 ayes and 1 nay. (5.05) AW. Approve agreement between Hacienda La Puente Unified School District and DNF Fierro Company DBA Presidio to provide public relations services for the district on an hourly basis for the 2020-2021 school year for an amount not to exceed $30,000. Do I have a motion?
Make a motion?
A motion by Mr. Del Torre. Is there a second?
Clock seconds.
Second by Mr. Kwok. Discussion.
Yes, we don't need another PR company. We need to have transparency. We need to talk to our public, to our parents that put us in to have this responsibility as board members. And having another company, $30,000, we can do something else with it. We can hire a counselor or security for our schools. There's so many things we could do with it.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? Any further discussion?
I have one
Seeing none?
point. All of our,
Oh, go ahead.
all of the PR here as an example, it's for an amount up to that. It's on an as needed basis, correct? It's not like we're committed to making that expenditure for the amount that's listed in the item. Is that right?
This is correct.
Thank you.
It's still too much.
Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano,
Nay.
Mr. De La Torre,
Nay.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye. Clarification, Mr. Medrano, did you abstain?
That's correct, Mr. President.
Okay. Motion carries 3 ayes, 1 abstention, and 1 against. 5.05AX, approve agreement between Hacienda La Puente Unified School District and VMA Communications to provide public relations services for the district on an hourly basis for the 2020-2021 school year for an amount not to exceed $30,000. Do you have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Mr. Del Torre. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Medrano. Discussion.
We don't need another public relations company. We have nothing to hide. Let's go and talk to our voters. Let's talk to the people, answer those questions. Let's open the books. We don't need to hide behind a PR company.
Yeah, I'm sorry. The notion that the board's hiding behind a PR company is remarkably self-righteous. We hire a PR company to propose and move forward with the majority of the board has a direction they've gone. All of us have full-time jobs, which makes it difficult to communicate. All of the votes are public and transparent, and the inference that it's not is frankly inaccurate. You can oppose it on principle, but the fact that you're saying it's hiding or it's disingenuous is simply not factually correct.
I don't appreciate the PR companies throwing the school board members under the bus. And I've had proof because I've gone to those meetings and I've sat down with the public, and I don't appreciate their lack of professionalism, and yet we're hiring them. But obviously you guys don't seem to care. Okay, so be it.
So if I may, it's also fascinating. Thank you, Mr. President. If I may, I don't want anybody to characterize, in this case, mischaracterize anything that at least I believe in or what have you. And to say that I don't care is a gross mischaracterization. And I'm sorry that you had a bad experience with one PR company, but I've had very positive experiences with them. And also, I will say this, to call them PR is also a misnomer. Every time I've dealt with one of these entities, it's never been about PR. It's actually about community outreach. And I do know that they've done a very good job of informing and going ahead and doing that. And prior to you joining the board, Mr. De La Torre, we worked for years to try to hire somebody internally, and it didn't happen for a number of reasons. But again, these are entities that work and know our community and reach out to get community input, community engagement, and they showcase our schools and our students. Thank you very much.
Well, and if I recall, Annie, because we went through the Personnel Commission process to try to hire an in-house person to help with communications and marketing in the district, and the board wasn't able to select somebody, we had to wait 3 years from the first flying that before we could ever do it again. Is that correct, Annie?
That's correct. Actually, the board went out twice. The first time and then the second time, and it wasn't successful because the team that we brought on the list, it wasn't meet the needs of the board. So therefore, the board have to wait for a year. Then after that, the board have to wait another year to going out again, and it's still not able to success. So that is one of the reasons that after that we are moving forward to using the PR for all some of the work that the staff here, that we don't have ability to do so or to reaching out. So that was happening like at least, and that's it twice that in over the last 7 years. And prior to that, as well as, like about 10 years ago, that was exactly the same thing happening too.
Now, and right now we have 3 firms to help us with our communication and marketing. We actually cut out 2 firms, right? We originally had 5, and now we're shrinking down to the 3 that we felt that work best with our district. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, these are $30,000 up to $30,000 contracts, which is $90,000 together. If we actually hire somebody, it would be with benefits, salary, $150,000, $200,000 for that person. Is that correct?
That is correct, because the person who handling the PR previously, during 2003 and 4, when I came here, that person was classified as management. So as a management member, that with the benefit and salary and benefit and health welfare benefit at this time, it probably will cost about very close to about $200,000.
But I do agree with Mr. Del Torre that we should have someone in-house doing this. So are we past the timeline where we can fly this again?
Yes, we do pass the timeline that now, yes, we can fly it again. Absolutely.
So I think if the board agrees, I think we should fly the position to see if we can bring someone in-house to do some of this work, because I think it is important to have someone from the district leading us on our communication and our marketing.
And I will inform Personnel Commission after the board meeting.
I disagree.
The other question I have is, and I know there's always been a lot of.
I totally disagree.
Oh, go ahead, Dr. Chang. Go ahead.
Hadn't we learned the lesson before? We hired this PR person, and once we hire this person, then this person's ability is limited. Maybe she is strong in one area, but not strong in the other area. So when we have this PR team, we use them is when this team for special different purpose. Sometimes for the bond project, sometimes from the adult education, sometimes from this the bond campaign, and some of it is for the enrollment, you know, to get more students into our school. They are different, but if you just fix it to hire just one person, not only very costly, but only say the ability. See, right now we hire a company. That means that a group of people behind it work for that company. So the ability and the knowledge base is much larger than just a single person. So when you be a PR person, you must have enough knowledge to understand the whole situation. Then you can, and also understand the board direction, and then you can, you know, promote those items. If you have just one person, you will end up in the same problem. Not only costly, but many things cannot get done because the limitation of individual's knowledge.
And if I may, the last time when we have the communication team, there was a team of 2, and actually a 2.5, 2 full-time person and another person is a half-time.
Yeah, that's right. She expanded her group. Too expensive.
So Dr. Cheng does have the history here in the district than most of us. So appreciate
No,
that.
I think that this one we use the company and depend on the strength of each company. So we have a choice rather than we limit it just for one particular person. Then the ability is very limited. We just use what we need. We just pay what we need. That's like it's all state. You only need to pay what you need.
And Annie, these 3 firms are used for different unique purposes in the district, right? We have one who's really pushing out
crisis management. Yeah, one is the crisis management. The other one is more to working with the school side in terms of communication and media communication, all of that. And the other one is handle like more like VMAs is more like
the newsletter.
You are doing the brochure, you know, like letterhead, you know, like the communication. That different type of communication you need it. So not only one way. So 3 firms, 3 different talent, 3 different group of team, 3 different team that who managing different things for the district.
Correct. And, you know, for those of us who've been on the board for a while, I mean, I think one of the biggest complaints we got was that we were very bad about communication, that we weren't sending out information to the community. And I feel like there has been an improvement in that, in the newsletters, in the superintendent report, in social media. And I feel like we're improving at that. But I think, you know, for those of us who've been here for a while, that was one of the biggest complaints we got, is a lack of communication from the school board.
Yeah, if I may, that's absolutely true. And the fact that and you didn't add your great creativity, which was part of this that we have, which is our state of the district, that went ahead and did that, and we live stream all of that as well. And that each one of these communications organizations, there's no overlap. They all have discrete areas of responsibility. So you don't have any level of redundancy regarding this.
All right, any further discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano?
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre?
Nay.
Mr. Kwok?
Aye.
Dr. Jung?
Aye.
Mr. Duarte?
Aye. Motion carries with 4 ayes and 1 nay. Mr. Del Torre, you had pulled 5.05 AZ. That has actually been removed from the agenda.
Oh, I apologize. Thank you.
No problem. 5.05 BA. Approve moratorium of understanding between Hacienda La Puente Unified School District and David and Margaret Home Inc., DBA, David and Margaret Youth and Family Services, to provide mental health counseling and case management services for district students from July 1st, 2020 through June 20, June 30th, 2021. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Mr. Del Torre. I'll go ahead and second that. Discussion.
Yes, what's the cost on this services?
Actually, there are no costs for services with this. What this does, and several of the items that follow, are students. Some of our students receive services from, like, say, David and Margaret Home, and in order for them to come to our campus, we need to make sure we have an MOU with them, because we don't want, we want to make sure the people who come and access our students are legitimate. And so we have worked very diligently over the last couple of years. Martha has really taken the lead on this to ensure that when psychologists or therapists, people who are providing services, legitimate services to our students, show up on our campus and want to meet with them or talk with them, that we know who they are. We have an MOU in place so that we have liability protection on both sides. And so that is the purpose. So there is absolutely no cost to us. These are all funded by those entities.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Any further discussion?
If we have some services that are being provided at no cost to the district, why can't we just choose those? Why do we have to pay for private mental health counseling services?
These are different types of services. The ones that are connected to special ed they're usually non-public services, but they have, again, specific services that they provide for our special ed students, whereas these other groups are more generalized mental health counseling, and for our gen ed students, they aren't usually for our special education students.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there any further discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano?
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre?
Aye.
Mr. Kwok?
Aye.
Dr. Jung?
Aye.
Duarte?
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. 5.05 BB. Approve memorandum of understanding between Hacienda La Puente Unified School District and ENKI Health and Research Systems, Inc. to provide district-wide mental health counseling services for the 2020-2021 school year from July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Mr. Del Torre. Do I have a second? I will second. Any discussion?
I do think Enki is amazing. They provide a lot of services to a lot of districts. I must say, positive things about them. And I know that there's no cost to this, and it provides also support to the families. So, thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion?
I would just add that Enki has a long-standing relationship with the school district. They've always been an outstanding provider of these types of services to our students. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano?
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre?
Aye.
Mr. Kwok?
Aye.
Dr. Jung?
Aye.
Mr. Duarte?
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. 5.05 BD. Approve memorandum of understanding with 5 Acres, the Boys and Girls 8th Society of Los Angeles County to provide mental health counseling and case management services for district students from July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. Is there a motion?
Kwok moves.
Second.
Motion by Mr. Kwok and a second by Mr. Del Torre. Is there any discussion?
Yes, I worked for 5 Acres for some time when I was going to school. I can tell you they provide really good services to kids that have been badly abused, and they provide also support for families. So I know there's no cost to this. I just wanted to bring that up. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Chung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. 5.05BE, approve memorandum of understanding between Hacienda La Puente Unified School District and Foothill Family Services to provide counseling services to students and their families for the 2020-2021 school year from July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. Is there a motion?
I'll make a motion.
Motion by Mr. Del Torre. Is there a second?
Clock seconds.
Second by Mr. Kwok. Any discussion?
I feel it's important, especially during these times, to have these services provided to families. There's a lot of depression at home with our students and families, and I think it's important that that these agencies provide that services, and it's free. Thank you.
Any further discussion? Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Chung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. (5.05BH). Approve memorandum of understanding between Hacienda La Puente Unified School District and Haynes Family of Services to provide mental health counseling and case management services for district students from July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. Is there a motion?
Motion.
Sorry, who is that?
De La Torre, I'll make a motion.
Motion by Mr. La Torre. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second by Mr. Medrano.
Is there a cost for Haynes Family and Services?
No, under budget implications, it says, how these are all funded. And so right there, it says fully funded by Haynes Family of Services.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
You guys do a great job writing those, Dr. Fancher.
Thank you.
It's a credit to our district that we have so many mental health service providers to support our kids, especially during this time. Thank you, Dr. Fancher.
Well, thank you for the Equity and Access and Student Family Services who brings all of these great services to our families.
All right. Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Chung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. I actually skipped a agenda item 5.05BG. Approve memorandum of understanding between Hacienda La Puente Unified School District and Hathaway Sycamore's Child and Family Services to provide mental health counseling and case management services for district students for the 2020-2021 school year from July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. Is there a motion?
Kwok moves.
Motion.
Motion by Mr. Kwok. I heard a second by Mr. Del Torre. Any discussion?
For the record, no cost, correct, Dr. Fancher?
Correct.
Thank you.
Dr. Fancher, that's stated right there under the funded by. Isn't that right on every one of these entries?
Yes, on all board items, we all have to put how it's being paid for, and he's very, very particular about that.
Thank you very much.
As is LACO.
Thank you very much, Dr. Fancher.
You're welcome.
I said that requirement when I was the board member at that time.
Wow, that long ago. Never mind.
Yes.
As long as we are here, we always under budget implication, it's required to state how do you pay for that.
That's right. I said that, I said that rule.
Well, and you put it here, but we also put it in the weekend review when you send out all the comments with all the agenda items, right? Because I remember we implemented that about 6 years ago where staff goes and gives a description of what item is and how's it being funded and why we're doing it, right?
Yes.
I think it's like 40 pages. Maybe
longer
more.
than that. Yeah, more than that.
Thank you guys for doing that. It takes a lot of time out of your day to put that packet together so we understand every agenda item. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. 5.05BI, approve memorandum of understanding between Hacienda La Puente Unified School District and Hillsides to provide mental health counseling and case management services to district students from July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. Do I have a motion?
Kwok moves.
Motion by Mr. Kwok. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Mr. Del Torre. Any discussion?
I just want to say thank you.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye, motion carries 5-0. 5.05BJ, approve memorandum of understanding between Hacienda La Puente June 30th, 2021. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion.
Motion by Dr. Chick. And I heard a second by Mr. Medrano.
That's correct.
Discussion.
Okay, this is a extremely wonderful, item and full of opportunities. And what I need to know first is what's the limitation? Who can participate in this program? Is there a limited number or the limited school can participate in the program?
So what we do with Mount San Antonio College is we go through a process where we identify together courses that would be appropriate and of interest to our students. And then Mount San Antonio College works with their staff to see who is interested in teaching the classes. So it's really a collaborative effort. We just started implementing this last year, and in fact, they finished up last spring online. They did transition all of our Mount SAC students to online distance learning. So it's collaborative. We're still, new with all of this, but we've had about, last year, I believe we had 2 classes at each of the sites, both semesters. One school may only had 1 class. And then this year, we're looking forward to have about 2 classes, I think, per campus. We might have give and take, and it also depends on student enrollment in the end. And with this new situation, there might be some variance, but it's been a really good program in partnership with Mount SAC. And our students have enjoyed the classes. They've taken culinary. I think they're going to have like an intro to firefighting this year. And sign language was a big popular hit, was a hit at Workman High School. So a lot of good things.
And so our high school students, they cannot make the choice or selection. And it's all up to our school district select the courses, like 1 or 2 courses for each high school. Is that right? We don't have the freedom. Our high school students do not have the freedom to register in Mount SAC.
Well, it's geared mostly towards juniors and seniors, but they gauge the interest of the students, but also the students can attend because last year, I believe they were all offered after school. So they could actually attend one of our other high schools. If something was being offered there, they could go to the other high school and take that class. But they work with our students to see what is of interest to them, that they can maximize the student enrollment. Because, just like every place, they want to make sure that, the students are enrolled, that the professors have a full class. So it's a give and take, but we do focus it and base it on the interest of students.
We know that next year, community college, they all use distance learning. So if they allow our high school students to register in Mount SAC, use the distance learning, then give our students, high school students, freedom. So some of the courses they can treat as AP courses. Some courses is the honor courses, and we know that some high school they don't have enough people to offer this AP class. However, if MONSEC open it up, let our high school students to register in their college level courses, then that will become the AP classes. And also, you know, if because it's all, you know, after school, and take the either after school class or afternoon class or the evening class. So for so some of the students, they have a special interest. They can also elect it. There's some courses, and I just wonder whether that can be a possibility, because the next year is a very flexible schedule, very flexible, and also the MONSEC has much more courses available for students to choose. And
Yes,
can we make some kind of arrangement for all students? They have a treat. They can choose any courses they want from MONSEC.
So the dual enrollment program is a specific collaboration with the high schools, and so they aren't like they aren't enrolled exactly the same as a regular student at community college. They could just sign up for any class they want. The other thing is that unless, you know, there are options that are open to them, and the way we run the classes here as the local high schools around us, they make a decision whether they're open or closed classes, meaning that we have elected to have closed classes that it's only our students. If we have an open class on campus, then that means that anyone can take that class. So we would have adults coming on campus potentially that we are not familiar with, or students from other, you know, from other schools. So we'd opted to have our classes as closed classes. But there might be the potential for them to participate in other high schools' dual enrollment courses, because these are dual enrollment for high school and for their college credit. So it's a little bit different than just being an open registrant at the community college. Now, any student has the option to go through their counselor and to have a permission to take a specific class that we do not offer here in the school district, because one of our goals too is to make sure our students are first, you know, taking our classes, you know, when we offer them. So there are ways though for students to take classes outside of this dual enrollment, but there is a process for that as well.
Do they have to pay by book?
Not for our dual enrollment classes, not for dual enrollment classes. And when they go to take a class, you know, some of them will take an advanced class in a particular area. They might have to pay a minimal fee because they're not regularly matriculated students.
Can we get this information passed on to our high school students, and then know the next year, because of distance learning, and they can take this opportunity, take the courses and treat it as an AP class or honor class. They can then not only beef up their GPA, but it also will help them in their college application if they have taken those courses.
Yes, we work with our students to help them be aware of the options. We, you know, so our counselors support them in those options, and we'll continue to provide the dual enrollment classes. But again, if we are offering a class here that is comparable to a class, we encourage them to take our class at our high school if it's comparable. We also, at the adult ed school, they, you know, they work with Rio Hondo, and so our students can also go there. You know, we have our AA with the LVN, but they can also take the speech, the biology, and there's one other class that I can't recall off the top of my head, but they can also participate there as well.
Yeah, but the next year is very special because there's no schooling in the community college. In other words, I don't know whether that's what you say is true. Is that they will offer the class in our high school, but in the community college they don't have any class there.
Oh yeah, I missed. They were not going to physically meet here. They will we will enroll our students, but there's not going to be, just like we did summer school, Mount SAC summer school. It's with them, but it was all online.
Yeah. So yeah, I think this is a very important opportunity. We go by year, and this message has to pass out to the students. And I haven't heard any students hear anything from the counselor tell them these opportunities. So I wish that the school districts can tell the high school students there are such opportunities, and they can earn credits in our high school as AP classes. They can get a 5 point, and they can take those distance learning class. They don't need to go to school. They can learn at home, and then that will help them in the special courses, and as well as those things, and the other things will help them in their college applications. And I think this is maybe it's 1 year, maybe several years opportunity, because more and more courses in college, they change to distance learning now. So they do have lots of choice in there. And I hope that our school district counselor can tell students they have these opportunities available.
Dr. Fancher, is it accurate to say that our counselors are not informing our students of this dual enrollment opportunity?
I believe our counselors have worked very hard to inform our students about the dual enrollment options, and they work very diligently with students to help them, pursue coursework that they might want to do at the community college. But yeah, they've done an excellent job, and it's been a very popular. Well, the 1 year we've done it, but it's been a very popular endeavor, and the students persisted. That was one of the things we're really proud of them when the switch came in March to online learning, and Mount SAC said, do we want to stop the classes or go to online learning? We said, no, we want them to go to online learning, and the students persisted with it. So it was, I was very proud of them, and we had a successful first year, and I anticipate we will continue to have successful partnership with Mount SAC and the dual enrollment.
That was my understanding, was that our counselors were working very hard to go ahead and inform our students. The only additional item that I may say is we have so many different platforms to go ahead and inform our students. I'm not sure if we fully maximize all the different platforms that we have, but that might be a good idea as well.
Well, as Dr. Chang has pointed out, Canvas will be a wonderful aspect for that, is that we are able to push out on this classroom level, the site level, and the district level to students and to parents communications.
Very good. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Question. I believe there is a cost to the students for their digital books, or they have to rent them. Is that correct?
No, the community college covers the cost of the books, and as long as they return them. They lose them, then there might be a cost. But it's my understanding that there is no cost to the students for the materials. And if there were classroom materials that were needed for some reason when they were physically teaching, then we were going to help provide. If there was something that the teacher needed that the community college didn't provide, we had offered to provide that as well. So there is no cost to the student. And Yvette just confirmed with me on text that that is correct, that we do not charge them for the books. So.
Thank you.
Oh, by the way, as far as the textbook, right now college use different versions of textbook. One is the electronic version, and also another one, of course, hard copy, and also another kind is notebook copy. So hard copy usually costs them $200 or more, but for the electronic copy, maybe it's $10 or $20. So there's a big difference in there.
Well, if I may, I took some of our kids to colleges. And one place I took some of our kids was to UC San Diego. And we looked at the books, and the books were extraordinarily expensive. They were much more expensive than I recall when I was going to a UC school. and the electronic versions were not much less expensive. And I remember speaking to some of the students there, and some of the students said that they were able to somehow, they worked out a system where students would copy certain portions of it and put it on Facebook in order to go ahead and get around
No,
the
cannot do
crippling
that.
cost. But what I'm saying here is that the item itself states that this is going to be fully funded by Mount SAC, as well as the local control funding formula supplemental on concentration. So in this particular case, we're providing our students with really superior academic opportunities at no cost, because they are indeed our public school students. Thank you.
Very good program.
All right. Any other discussion? So just one quick question, Dr. Fancher. So we've already confirmed with Mount SAC that the dual enrollment program for our high schools is going to be distance learning.
Well, most, as Dr. Chang said, most of the community colleges and colleges around us are starting with distance learning. But no, I do not recall having a specific conversation about that. So we will put that on our list of things to communicate with Mount SAC to see where we're at with that.
Actually, there are four semester schedule already came out. So you can get a copy of that one. And it has a detailed description of which class is distance learning and which is, I doubt there's any class in the Mount SAC. The schedule has come out, so you can get online. And also
from most of my discussions with Dr. Scroggins, it sounds like Mount SAC is going to be mostly distance learning in the fall. The classes that they can't do distance learning, they're going to have on campus. They're reopening in mid-August, but it sounds like most of their stuff is going to be distance learning. So I think we need to make sure that we're ready to have our high school students who are going to be enrolled in dual enrollment ready for that.
Yes,
right, roll call, please.
Mr. Medrano?
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre?
Aye.
Mr. Kwok?
Aye.
Dr. Jung?
Aye.
Mr. Duarte?
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. 5.05BK, approved memorandum of understanding between Hacienda La Puente Unified School District and Pacific Clinics to provide counseling and prevention services for district students and their families from July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. Is there a motion?
Kwok moves.
I'll second.
Was that you, Dr. Chang?
Jeffrey De La Torre.
Oh, Jeffrey, okay.
Kwok
Motion by
moves.
Mr. Kwok. Yeah, motion by Mr. Kwok, second by Mr. Del Torre. Any discussion?
Oh, I don't know if I can I make an amendment to, I know there's another two other items. Can we just scratch them off or foresee, because unless we need to vote on it?
We need to vote on them individually. So
Okay.
we'll just read it out. Motion, second, vote. If there's no discussion, we just move forward quickly on them.
Perfect, thank you.
Any discussion on this item? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Mr. Medrano?
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre?
Aye.
Mr. Kwok?
Aye.
Dr. Jung?
Aye.
Mr. Duarte?
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. 5.05BL, approved memorandum of understanding between Hacienda La Puente Unified School District and San Gabriel Children's Center to provide mental health counseling and case management services for district students from July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. Is there a motion?
A motion. De La Torre.
Motion by Mr. Del Torre. Is there a second? I'll second. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote.
Mr. Medrano?
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre?
Aye.
Mr. Kwok?
Aye.
Dr. Jung?
Aye.
Mr. Duarte?
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. 5.05BN, approved memorandum of understanding between Hacienda La Puente Unified School District and University of Southern California telehealth mental health services to provide virtual counseling for district students from July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021. Is there a motion?
Quack moves.
Motion by
Second.
Mr. Quack, second by Mr.
Second.
Altori. Any discussion?
Fight
Seeing
on.
none- Sorry?
Fight on, USC. If it's free, I'm all for it. Thank you.
Yes. Thank you. My son will appreciate that, Mr. Del Torre. All right, roll call vote.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye, motion carries 5-0. 6, policy items, none. 7, administrative items. 7.01, bond project. 7.01A, approve and or ratify current year expenditures and purchase orders for the period ending June 3rd, 2020 for the various accounting funds for Measure BB bond projects. Do I have a motion?
Quack moves.
Second, De La Torre.
Motion by Mr. Kwok, second by Mr. Del Torre. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye, motion carries 5-0. 7.01B, approve contract between Hacienda La Puente Unified School District and Nigro and Nigro PC to provide financial and performance audit requirements under Proposition 36 for Measure BB bond projects for the 2020-21 school year for an amount not to exceed $9,000. Do you have a motion?
Quack moves.
Motion by Mr. Kwok, is there a second?
Second, De La Torre.
Second by Mr. Del Torre. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye, motion carries 5-0. 7.01C, approve to renew agreements between Hacienda La Puente Unified School District and Harley Alice Devereaux Architects, BBK Architects, TBP Architects, TDM Architects, Inc., and SVA Architects to provide architectural services for Measure BB bond projects for the 2020-2021 school year on an as-needed basis. Is there a motion?
I make a motion.
I heard a motion by Dr. Chang, a second by Mr. Medrano.
Yep.
Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye, motion carries 5-0. 7.01D, approve agreements between Hacienda La Puente Unified School District and Fagan Friedman and Wolfrost LLP, Liel and Trejo APC, Orbach, Huff, Suarez and Henderson LLP, and Olivas, Madruga, Lemieux, and O'Neill to provide legal services for Measure BB bond projects from July 1st through June 3rd on an as-needed basis. Do you have a motion?
Quack moves.
Motion by Mr. Kwok, is there a second?
I'll second.
Mr. Medrano seconds. Any discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. 7.01E, approve agreement between Hacienda La Puente Unified School District and Jacques Alarm to provide a security and fire alarm monitoring service for the Measure BB bond, Los Altos Elementary School interim housing portables from July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021 for an amount not to exceed $318 per year. Is there a motion?
Quack moves.
Motion by Mr. Kwok, second. I'll second. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye, motion carries 5-0. 7.01F, approved to renew bid contracts for various services at various school sites for Measure BB bond projects for the 2020-2021 school year as listed on an as-needed basis. Is there a motion?
Quack moves.
Motion by Mr. Kwok, is there a second?
Second, De La Torre.
Second by Mr. Del Torre. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. 7.01G, approve participation in various piggyback allowed contracts to be used for purchases for Measure BB bond projects at various sites during the 2020-2021 school year as listed. Do you have a motion?
I make a
Make a
motion.
motion.
I heard a motion by Dr. Chang, a second by Mr. Del Torre. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. 7.01H, approve agreement between Hacienda La Puente Unified School District and various consultants for Measure BB bond projects at district sites as listed for the 2020-2021 school year on an as needed basis. Do I have a motion?
Buck moves.
Motion by Mr. Kwok. Is there a second? I will second. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. 7.02 Board of Education. 7.02A, approve the COVID-19 operations written report for Hacienda La Puente Unified School District as required by Executive Order N-56-20. Do you have a motion?
I make a motion.
Motion by Dr. Chang. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Buck second.
Second by Mr. Altori. Any discussion?
It's a wonderful job. Thank you very much, Dr. Venture.
A lot of people helped, I have to say, the whole team. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye, motion carries 5-0. 7.03 instruction. 7.03A, examine Child Care Today textbook published by McGraw-Hill, copyright 2016, to be used for the high school capstone course for the Child Development Career and Technical Education Pathway. 7.03B, examine Foundations of Restaurant Management and Culinary Arts Level 2 textbook, second edition, published by the National Restaurant Association Education Foundation, copyright 2018, to be used for the high school capstone course for the Culinary Arts 2 course, aligned with the Hospitality, Tourism, and Recreation Career Technical Education Pathway. 7.04 Human Resources, none. 7.05 Business and Operations. 7.05A, approve adoption of the 2020-2021 annual budget. Is there a motion?
Buck moves.
Motion by Mr. Kwok. Is there a second?
I'll
Joe
second.
Chen, second.
I heard a second by Mr. Medrano. Discussion. So Annie, can you explain to the board and to the community what we're adopting tonight, and then what's going to happen tomorrow, and then what we have to revise and adopt later?
To unmute myself. So for tonight, right? So we will adopt the budget based on the May revision. And the reason we do that, because actually there is no budget have been approved by the governor. So the May revision with the latest is on the table, and I have contact also the LACO from time to time, and I asking them that there was a question like from everybody that should we wait until we get the governor to approve it? And the answer is that we should approve the budget based on the May revision. And after the governor sign tomorrow would be ineffective by on a Saturday, the June 27th. Within the 45 days after the budget adoption, the governor signed and adopt the budget, the district will moving forward to make the budget revision within 45 days of the, within 45 days after that. So we do have a plan for tonight. So yes, the board will approve on the May revision, but we will revise it accordingly as soon as we receive the side budget from the governor.
Thank you,
In
Annie.
addition to that, EdCode require that the school district will need to approve the budget and adopt the budget, but on or before June 30th, 2020. In addition to that, the budget adoption will need to be happen in the regular board meeting. It shouldn't be approved on the special board meeting.
Thank you. And I know you worked really hard on this. Not only were you doing the duties of an interim superintendent, you were doing your duties as for business services and making sure we had a budget to adopt tonight. And I know you put a lot of late night hours on this, only to have the governor sign a different budget tomorrow, and you had to do all your work all over again. So we really appreciate all your hard work that you put into this.
Thank you. I do prefer that to wait, but we have to comply with the law.
Correct.
I remember when I would speak to Annie relatively late at night, and afterward I would tell Annie that she should get some rest. And then her snappy remark back to me was, "Oh, I got to work on the budget." So a lot of late nights, Annie. You were indispensable, invaluable. Thank you and the district for coming up with such a unique document during this period of time. Thank you.
Oh,
That definitely
Annie,
sounds right. Go ahead, Dr. Chang.
can I make a request? According to this budget report, that we are going to lose 300 some students next year. So I'd like to see whether you can set up a table by schools and last year's enrollment and this year anticipated enrollment. I'd like to see that comparison. If you
Sure, Dr. Chang, and the school will be open in the 20-something day from now, 26 more days to be the school opening. I would make a recommendation to wait until the May 5th or May 6th after the opening of school, that we have the accurate enrollment to set up the table, and I will send it to the board to show the projection. The current year, what is 1920, the projection and the actual enrollment for 2021.
You mean August, right?
On August, yes, August 5th.
Okay, that's fine.
Annie, prior to that, would it be possible for, because again, this is an unusual time, for our schools to reach out to the kids in order to see what we can do in order to get them back, to ensure that they continue in our school district during this particular time?
Yes, we can do that, yeah.
And they have our laptops too. Thank you.
Thanks.
Mr. President.
You take over, Vice President.
Anthony is there. We need to take a vote.
Did we lose him? Dr. Chang, you want to?
Continue.
Vice President, can you continue? Yeah.
Okay, the vote, roll call.
Call for a roll call. Call for a roll call, Dr. Chang.
Yes.
Mr. Medrano,
Nancy?
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye. Motion carries 5-0.
Perfect time.
7.05. Approve resolution for the annual delegation of administrative authority to process routine budget revisions, adjustments, and transfers for the 2020-2021 school year. Is there a motion?
Quack moves.
Motion by Mr. Quack. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Second by Mr. Altori. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Quack,
Aye.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye, motion carries 5-0. 7.05C, approve resolution for authorization of temporary borrowing between funds for the 2020-2021 fiscal year. Is there a motion?
Quack moves.
Is there a second? I'll second. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Quack,
Aye.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye, motion carries 5-0. 7.05D, approve resolution regarding the education protection account for fiscal year 2020-2021. Do you have a motion?
Make a motion. De La Torre.
The authority made a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Dr. Chang. Any discussion? Seeing none, roll call vote, please.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Quack,
Aye.
Dr. Jung,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte,
Aye, motion carries 5-0. 7.06 contracts and agreements. Approve blank to provide after-school education and safety classes at Baldwin, Bixby, California, Del Valle, Fairgrove, Quist, La Salette, Nelson, Palm, Sparks, Sunset, Temple, Belinda, Wing Lane, and Workman Elementary Schools, Cedar Lane, Grandview, Mesa Robles, Newton, Orange Grove, Sierra Vista, and Sparks Middle Schools from July 1st, 2020 through June 30th, 2021, and authorize staff to negotiate master agreements. Is there a motion?
Make a motion. De La Torre.
So I think we have to actually name the after-school providers that we are wanting to hire to make the motion. So do you have some idea of who you have in mind? And then we can have the discussion from that.
I don't have that with me.
Mr. De La Torre, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Quack.
Yes, President Duarte, as I looked at this and examined this, my view of this is that I like the quad idea and doing it in that particular way. So if I may, I would like to make a motion for a provider in a particular quad.
I think you could just make the motion for the 4 providers you want. And then if there's a second, we can have a discussion about that.
Okay, in that event, then I'll make a motion with 4 providers.
All right, please.
As you are indeed the parliamentarian. So the 4 providers that I will make a motion for would be Delhaven, Boys and Girls, Think Together, and Woodcraft Rangers. Thank you.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right. Second by Mr. Latorre. Discussion now.
Can I make also a recommendation?
Well, there's a motion on the floor and a second, so it's discussion now, Dr. Chang.
Discussion.
So,
we're discussing the motion on the floor.
yeah, because the one I'm interested. It seems like it's not in Mr. Quack the list. Did you mention this student nest?
He did not.
Okay. I wonder whether we can I can discuss this one a little bit after Mr. Quack has named those vendors. Okay. I noticed this company is very unique. it is very strong in this computer technology.
So, Dr. Chang, the motion on the floor is to approve Delhaven, Boys and Girls Club, Sing Together, and Woodcraft Rangers. That's the discussion right on the floor.
Okay, and so I cannot add another one?
You can make a friendly amendment, and if it's seconded, then we can move forward with that.
Okay, so I like to make an amendment, see if possible. And the reason I want to make an amendment is
Dr. Chang, we don't discuss it until your amendment's been seconded. So you made an amendment, you made a motion to amend it. Is there a second?
Can I second? I'm sorry. Can I second?
All right, we have a second, so we can
I
discuss.
know I
that.
was second for the other, so that's why I don't want to. Is it conflict of interest? I don't know.
No, you're fine. It's
Can I just? Okay, thank you.
Yep. All right, your amendment's been seconded, Dr. Chang. Go ahead and discuss.
okay, so we can choose the 5, if we can. But then the reason I want to choose this one is this company, has so much experience and can handle so many students, and also it's a very computer and high computer tech, kind of company, and it has lots of the resources, software, and also some of the software is very usable in their courses, and therefore I like to recommend this company for those quadrant or maybe this district that they like to have such a company to help their students, to enhance in this computer field. So that's why I recommend this one, to provide this one for our schools to have a choice of this high-tech school vendor.
Thank you, Dr. Chang. So now that we have a motion and an amendment, we can discuss any of the 5 firms that have been proposed. So it's open to discussion. So whoever would like to go next and discuss. Mr. Dattari, go ahead.
I'm okay with having 5, as long as each principal from each school have a saying when it comes down to which one they're going to choose, which program they're going to choose for their school. That we don't choose for them, that the actual, out of these 5, that each principal will actually say, this is the company I want to go for. That they're not tied to one particular after-school program.
All right, thank you. So in looking at this, the way I look at it is we have 4 quads, and I think we should have an after-school provider for each quad. So in my opinion, I think Delhaven's been doing a great job. I think they should be in the Workman quad. I think Boys and Girls Club, because they have their Boys and Girls Club sites in the La Puente quad, and those are the kids they service, they should do the after-school program in the La Puente quad. I really liked Woodcraft Rangers and some of the programming that they had. And I think, me personally, think they would be a good fit for the Wilson quad. They talked about dual immersion. They talked about cultural programming. I think they'd be good fit there. And then I also think Together did a very good job on the presentation. And I think Together would be good in the Los Altos squad. And I like the idea of having one of these providers per quad versus letting individual school sites pick and choose which one they want, only because they work together in doing after school program sports. And so we want them to all work together in doing that and in working with other school sites for their programming. So I think it's a really good idea to look at this as a quad issue. And I understand what Dr. Chang is saying. Again, our staff made it very difficult for us to choose. We had 6 really good providers. I can't think they would all do great in our district. But because we are a quad built school district, I think 4 is probably would be a good amount. I know there was some talk between 1 and 3 by staff, but I think 4 is a good amount for our district because we're built by quads. And after a year, if it doesn't work out, then we look at who was giving us the best service and reevaluating that after a year. And then maybe we only go down to 3 or 2. But I think by quad is the best way to look at this. And that's my opinion. So I'll open it up to further discussion.
Well, when I originally brought up the motion, I actually had mentioned quad. And the fact that there is this feeder program and we do go by quads lends itself to that type of provider. And that's why I named the providers that I had identified. There isn't any provider that's not qualified. Dr. Chang's provider is very good. You know, it's exceptional in its way. I saw that. The part about what they had that I also liked was it was almost a little bit too good to be true, because they had a call center, is what they said. They had a multilingual call center. And they also apparently had some sort of tech support, right? That they would go to somebody's home in order to go ahead and do that. But again, the other ones that I had mentioned were exceptional as well. Very hard to select. The key for me is the fact that they would get 1 year and then we can reevaluate them in 1 year. And then we can also go out to another provider if in fact they were available under those circumstances. But having it together, doing it by quad, having the providers that in terms of the quad that President Duarte had articulated aligns with my thought about this and how best to provide this, as well as doing best practices and having the ability to go ahead and do an evaluation at the end of the year to see how they're doing and then make any changes that we would have to do in their best interest as we go forward, but not being wedded into something that would be indefinite of indefinite length. Thank you.
Mr. Kwok, I didn't hear it. Which company do you recommend for the Wilson Quadrant?
If you take a look at Woodcraft Rangers,
okay,
they do dual immersion, but they also, you know, what struck me about them is also some of the other areas that seem to fit within that particular quad. Not to mention the fact that they answered my question pretty well, which was that in 100 years, they've never really had any incidents of legal issues and so forth. So they're exceptionally well managed. They had a brilliant presentation, and it just seemed to me, based upon that presentation, that they fit well into that particular quadrant.
So their dual immersion program, they include Chinese dual immersion?
Yes, they said that they do Chinese as well as Spanish.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you.
And what makes this year unique about picking our after-school provider is this is not going to be potentially an after-school program. We're looking for partners that can do, and this is why I asked my question that I asked when we were interviewing them, is these are going to be partners that if we have to transition to not just an after-school program, but an all-day technical after-school program where we're leading our providers to provide after-school support, but all day long, because we only have students in school 1 day, 2 days a week. And so we need really good, solid after-school providers that can do that. And again, I think having them in the quad where you're working with the same people no matter where you're going. So you may be at one school site, but your after-school program, which may be an all-day program, is at the same school site in your quad. I think that consistency is going to be important, especially for our staff, the principals and the teachers who have to work with them and saying, all right, you have your students there at your all-day program now because they're not with the teacher in instruction. here are our worksheets, make sure they do their work, make sure they're still getting instruction. It's really key we pick some strong partners that will work closely with our administrators and our teachers, because I think we all know that we're not going to be full-time school come fall. It's going to be, maybe, one of the three options: hybrid, distance learning, independent study. And so we're going to really lean on our after-school providers, where we can spend some of these funds to be all-day providers now. So this is an important decision for us, because this is what we're going to really look at to partner with over this year, because this is the COVID year coming up. That's just some input.
And on top of that, President Duarte, that's the whole aspect of it, which is that they're going to have a lot more responsibility and time because of the unknown. And so that's why conceptually having it by quad is the best in terms of our kids, because that way you don't have like one provider that's spread over so many schools and areas and so forth. Plus, within the quad, you'll be able to go ahead, because it matriculates upward, that they have the understanding at every level for that kid, and they're working with every school along that pathway. So that's another reason, because this is an unusual circumstance, as to why the quad concept to me makes the more sense and is the best interest for our kids and our parents in our schools.
Any other discussion? Mr. Madrano, we haven't heard from you. Mr. Del Torre, anything else to add?
No, I just wanted to, Dr. Chang, are you okay with the explanation that was given to you?
I think that this is just just one vote opinion. I think.
No. The reason for it is because I was gonna bring up, keeping it like you had mentioned, like Gino and Mr. Duarte, about having the quads, but maybe have one independent that just kind of like another option for someone else from an administrator from the other quads.
Yeah, if we can get enough vote to get add this one in, that's fine. But I don't see that we can have enough vote. I made a motion, you make a second, right?
Yes.
We have,
I just options.
So I think Anthony, you need to take a vote on my,
because we are going on a virtual program, let's say, or all-day program. And so I think if we give the option to an administrator to say, this one, we chose it for your quad, but if you're not happy, if you haven't had a good experience with it, we also have this other one, what's it called, the next, another option that they can choose from.
That's right.
So I'm okay with 5, 4, and then 1 can choose, to go anywhere else.
Yeah, we let the principal choose,
yes.
Not we choose.
I mean, we choose one for them, but we also give them an option to choose someone else.
I like that you are.
Mr. President?
Martin, you there?
Hi, Mr. Duarte. I like the ideas of the quads as well, but I mean, I do think, and I think everyone's kind of touched on this, the fact that we're not going to be back in full time next year should kind of guide how we go about this. So.
All right. Well, so the first vote is going to be on the amendment that Dr. Chang made to add. We have the 4 and then adding the 5th. We have a second. Roll call vote, please.
Mr. Madrano?
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre?
Aye.
Mr. Kwok? Mr. Kwok? Mr. Kwok?
I'm thinking about this right now, actually. I've heard your request multiple times. So Mr. Duarte, does that mean that there are going to be 5 providers under this motion?
That's what it sounds like the consensus is, yes.
And
So
then
there may be, I mean, we'll let staff figure it out. It sounds like it may be per quad and then have another one as a backup. So, no, and staff has actually talked about using other sites like the Hacienda Heights Community Center, the Shilai Temple, and other sites in the community where we may need programming for after school or all day programming. Because we just don't have the site capacity. So it might be a good idea.
in that case, aye.
Dr. Jung?
Aye.
Mr. Duarte?
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. Okay. Oh, this is the important one right here. 7.06B, approve agreement for employment of superintendent between the governing board of the Hacienda La Puente Unified School District and Dr. Alfonso Jimenez beginning July 1st, 2020. Do you have a motion?
Clock moves.
Motion by Mr. Kwok, is there a second?
Second, De La Torre.
Second by Mr. La Torre. Any discussion?
Can we ask him if he still wants to join us?
Don't change his mind.
Long nights.
I would like to oppose Mr. De La Torre's proposed one. For the record.
I think it was a fair question.
Any further discussion? Dr. Jimenez, we want to welcome you. We're very excited to have you come on board. We know we have a lot of work in front of us, but I know you're up to the task. So I think I speak for the board, for the staff, for the community. We're very, very excited that you're joining our team. We are a family here in Hacienda La Puente. We may disagree, but most of the time we agree more than we disagree. So we're really excited about having you here. We work well together, and so we're very excited about this. So with that, can we have roll call vote, please?
Mr. Medrano?
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre?
Aye.
Mr. Kwok?
Aye.
Dr. Jung?
Aye.
Duarte?
Aye. Motion carries 5-0. I think that deserves a virtual applause. Right? Thank you. 8, Board of Education comments. Mr. Medrano, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to, keep mine brief tonight. I really just want to thank all of our staff, classified teachers, for all the work they've been doing during this crisis. Again, we've been tasked to figure out a historical issue, and everyone's really stepped up to the plate in the district. No more, and no one has done that more than Annie Bowie. She's been our interim superintendent for the last half of the year, and I can't imagine that she ever thought being interim was going to turn into what it did. You know, Annie, we have pictures of people hanging in the boardroom. You know, a lot of people don't really know. I mean, Gino alluded to it, but you know how hard you work and how dedicated you are. And I think, again, just the weight of the job, especially in times of crisis. I can't tell you how much I appreciate it, how thankful I am to have just known you as a person, but how thankful I am that you were here during this time. You never are looking for credit. You're always about the district and about the kids. And I just have so much respect for you. And I just really, really want to thank you for everything you've done for our district in every role that you've had, but especially in this time of crisis. You've gone through a lot, and you put yourself through a lot. And I'm just so proud to have worked alongside with you. And again, I just want to thank you for everything. I'm looking forward to Dr. Jimenez assuming the helm of the district. I feel super optimistic about our district's future with him and the lead. I'm hoping that the community and the staff will soon learn why he was so clearly our candidate of choice. And with that, I hope everyone stays healthy during this time. And I want to thank you all for joining us this evening. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Medrano. Mr. Latore.
Good evening, everyone. I want to begin by thanking Ms. Bowie for your leadership, support, and patience throughout this transitional period. I want to thank Annie and Jeanette. Thank you so much for your constant guidance and support. I really appreciate you. To begin, happy Pride Month, and congratulations to all for the landmark Supreme Court ruling that ends discrimination against sexual orientation. Congratulations also on the most recent DACA ruling. We need to continue fighting for equity and justice for all. On that note, I also acknowledge the Lives Matter movement. We need to build communities of inclusion, equity, and opportunities for all. We must remember and have the courage to speak up when we see or hear injustices and inequities, because all of our students are deserving. I had the opportunity to attend our graduations for our high school students, Los Altos, Wilson, La Puente, Workman, Valley Alternative High School. I want to thank all of the parents for their persistence and support. Thank you also to the staff, faculty, administrators, and directors that made the graduations truly emotional and memorable. Thank you. And lastly, I want to welcome Dr. Jimenez to our HLP-USD family. As our president mentioned, we have our passion. We all care about our students. We all care about our schools, our communities, and we may disagree at times, but it's nothing personal. It's something that is just maybe our background, things that we've experienced, and that's why we vote sometimes the way we do. But just know that we care for our students, and it's a great district to work for. So welcome again, and just know we'll work together to get through all these hurdles that we might come with distant learning and working closely with our labor unions. Thank you so much, and have a good evening to everyone that's still here. I really appreciate it. I know some of us were probably happy because we don't have to drive back home. Have a good evening, everyone, and take care. Stay safe. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Park.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to begin by thanking all the participants and all of our meetings. It is, in fact, an exercise of democracy, and that's something that should always be valued. I would also, I was very pleased to see the presentation of the graduations that we had in our high schools. I was pleased to be able to find time to go to all of these ceremonies that were very much due for our kids. And I was very inspired by the parents and our students that participated. In fact, some of the cars that came through there were so festooned with happy congratulations, so forth. They were they could have merited as a parade float. It was so well done, and with family members and and so forth. It was really a sight to behold. So I was very pleased to go to all of our high schools ceremonies. And every school district depends on the dedicated employees, all the way from our administrators to our classified, to our teachers, to our unrepresented, to our confidential. Everyone has made a difference. And I was very pleased to see about what we were able to do through our committees, because that's how we govern here. The board doesn't govern autocratically. It goes through committees, it goes through HLP-LMT, it goes to ad hoc. And the more employees that we can get on there, the more the merrier. I would welcome every classification to go ahead and participate in that. Some of the, when we go through what we went through today, it's just like a must read in terms of what this district does, because we have all of our vendors. So it's like a roadmap in terms of what we do. And to be able to see that, and the lead position that we've done with respect to mental health and student emotional welfare really is a sight to behold, because when I looked at this, I was pleasantly struck how we literally have over 10 providers in those areas, all at no cost to our kids. As we go forward through here, we have to be mindful of everything that changes. And I remember when I was at a bank and I saw these barriers, and I asked them whether I could take photos, because usually you can't take photos in a bank, obviously, right? I used to work for a bank, but I was taking these photos because there were these barriers, and I was sending them to Annie. And we've been all working on this together. And there's no question that our employees, when we talked about HLP, LMT, I could easily see how hard they work, because it's part of what they do, because they care so much and so deeply about our kids. So I do want to emphasize again that it would be a good idea to have a model classroom in the different areas here in terms of the grade level, so our parents can see what we're going to be doing as we really confront the unknown. So the more that we can provide that, the better off that we are. Also, in terms of the Zoom, I like to see our committees again engaged. So we did talk about DAC and DLAC. I like to see DIPAC as an example, SSC, our school site councils, to go ahead and do that. And there was a speaker that said that there was a lack of transparency in one of the items, that they said it was just various consultants. But as you can see, as we went through this, every one of our items that has a capital expenditure has a phrase in there which is as listed. And so on the particular one that was addressed by one of our public speakers, there were 12 specific vendors that were listed, starting from Boss Graphics all the way to Padre Associates that dealt with engineering, geology, environmental studies. So it is all listed there because of the control that we have over this, and largely because of Annie Bowie and her staff. I was going to highlight again our mental health services, but Mr. De La Torre did it for me because he pulled all the items off the consent agenda, again highlighting that, and it did dissuade me from pulling even more items for Mr. Doherty to read. So that was done. I'd like to thank Dr. Chang, because he's always thinking about our kids and making sure that we, in fact, were able to go ahead and provide the best possible application or software for them. Nothing would get past him. And every entity, this school district is no exception, can only move forward with inspired leadership. And if one were to think about that day when we were at the Hacienda Heights Community Center, when we made a decision to select an interim superintendent, no one could ever have imagined what confronted that interim superintendent. The challenges were historic. and they were incredible. They included everything that we've been discussing, including an eight and a half hour school board meeting that we had last time. That if we would have started at our standard time, we would have been over at 3 o'clock in the morning. So there are times when you go through a historic moment, you don't understand that particular moment because you're literally living through it. But Annie Bowie not only understood that moment, but she rose to the occasion. She rose to the challenge. And because of that, our school district is better. I will always have eternal gratitude for what she did, how she did it, and how she handled herself, and always being there, and the care and concern and the unmitigated personal effort that she dedicated to that particular job. She was literally performing multiple jobs, including her old job, which we are fortunate that she's going to go to. So to Annie Bowie, I salute you. You showed a moment of glorious leadership that this school district will always be indebted to you for. I personally salute you. As we look forward, I welcome Dr. Alfonso Jimenez. Dr. Jimenez comes in with the support of the entire school board unanimously. And we all look forward to his inspired leadership and where he will help lead the school district to, and getting the baton from Annie Bowie, and having all of the hopes and future of everyone connected to the school district. And with that, I thank you very much. I thank our school district, and I conclude my remarks. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kwok. Dr. Chang.
Okay, thank you, Mr. President. You know, today is a big Chinese holiday. This holiday has been, 2,000 some years. And today, during the daytime, they're supposed to have the dragon boat race along the rivers. And tonight, we are supposed to have a big dinner with sticky rice wrap. And this holiday actually is the Chinese lunar calendar Cinco de Mayo, May 5th. This is a very famous Chinese holiday. And I think, Gino, I think your wife also cooked something, wait for you to go home to eat. There's one item I received during last ball run, and I did not see this one. It says, to propose that the applied education systems for business and the IT system, and this will be this is a curriculum for the La Puente High School, I think. And I didn't find this one in this board meeting agenda. I don't know why. But this
Dr.
one,
Chang,
yes?
just for clarification, it was pulled. So we will revisit that.
Oh, may I know what's the reason it is for?
Staff will get back to you tomorrow.
Okay, now that is not the reason I want to make a comment, and this is a very good items, but I feel this system is to teach students about our Microsoft Office programs, including the Word, PowerPoint, Excel, and so on. All those things are necessary for our students starting from the middle school. And of course, for the presentation purpose, students must know how to use Word and PowerPoint. And I don't think the middle school students have any problem to learn that one. And then the most important one is this Excel. Excel, this one, many people feel this is just the spreadsheets, but you don't know this is the very, very important application in the computer software, computer calculation. That is called this row processor or column processor. So during the calculations, they can treat the calculation column by column. And these are applications throughout the whole mathematics field. So for a student, if they want to learn algebra, if they want to learn even the calculus and or geometry to make a curve, they can use these Excel programs. Okay, they can do everything they do in a graphing calculator. So for the 21st century students, for middle school students, they should be equipped this knowledge of using this Microsoft Office, not only doing the homework, doing the experiment, doing the math lab, and then they must know that one. Therefore, and the school district or maybe ask Dr. Lin to put this program as a course starting in the middle school rather than only for this business and IT courses in La Puente High School. I think the middle school student should start to use this Microsoft Office already. Otherwise, they will be behind either in the knowledge or behind in the calculations, math learnings. Okay. Yeah, like this previous the board members comment, and Annie Bui is so wonderful, and we should say we are tremendously lucky to have Annie in here. And I remember that time, and Annie did not know that this pandemic will happen. Annie did not know that our instruction method will be changed. Annie did not know there's so many issues happening in this period of time. But Annie, carried the load and took the job purely because he is the person really willing to do everything. And this is the hero. This is the wonderful, a person can take the responsibility and carry through. And she did not only, finish the job really well, but she has to make so many things the first time and number one. And we really owe Annie a lot. And we, personally, I really want to thank Annie for your contribution. Thank you so much, Annie. And also in this school semester, this pandemic semester, and this summer, and we see this 21st century instruction surface. And previously, we just guessed what is the 21st century instruction? What is the 21st century learning? Because actually the change of the centennial. And I had a question in my mind that in the 21st century, this because of the computer technology, data explosion, a student must learn a lot of things, also have to memorize lots of things. and how can the student handle these kind of things, and how do we teach those students? And because this is a pandemic and everything surfaced, and we know from now on, our teaching strategies will heavily on the students' self-reading, and also the teacher will prepared everything online for them to use. And of course, because teachers prepare those material, it is collaborations of different teachers with their special field of knowledge combined together so that it can provide the high quality, wide range of knowledge, and it is the timely delivery to the students so that the students can learn fast, can memorize, long, and can be, absorb the information faster than ever before. So I remember one person said it is to learn, to get the knowledge is not difficult. All you have to do is just read, get on the Google. But to know how to learn, that is something, students need to know. So in this semester and this summer, you can see that the school district is fully developed those computer software, getting all the software put together and they evaluate and combine them together. And as you can see in this summer, our teachers, administrators, everybody will be in the training. And I should thank them very much is they are willing to use their own time. That is a tremendous contribution to our school district, our students' learning. We all need to thank our teachers, our administrators for their effort and to pull this through. So I see today's Dr. Fancher's presentation, I see the light of the future. And I see that the next semester, we have no problems of open of the school. So this is also attributed to the Annie and the Dr. Fancher, your leadership, and to pull the team together and to accomplish this teaching strategy revolution. Thank you very much. And so beyond that, and wish everybody have a happy July 4th. I see you next board meeting. Also today, whoever can celebrate the Cinco de Mayo, Chinese Cinco de Mayo, let's still have a few hours to celebrate. Thank you very much. That's my board comment.
All right, thank you, Dr. Chang. First off, Dr. Chang, I want to say I miss the dragon races. I used to go to them every year, and I really, really miss sticky rice. So good.
Yes,
and with staying safer at home, there's no sticky rice, there's no dragon races, so that's unfortunate. But I also want to thank Mr. Kwok for not pulling additional items. I'm a little, as you can hear, I'm a little hoarse, so thank you for not doing that. We are not at 8.5 hours. We're almost at 7 hours right now. So it's been a long board meeting tonight. But again, I don't mind doing the important work of our school district, as I know as none of you do either. This is an important decision we make. So I want to thank all of you guys for putting the time and effort for that. But I also want to remind my colleagues, if you have questions on the board agenda, our previous superintendent, our interim superintendent, and I hope our new superintendent is willing to take a phone call and answer any of your questions so we can not take the community's time, not take staff time. Please call the superintendent and ask those questions. It's very important. We had this issue come up many years ago, and And we wanted to make sure that our superintendents and staff are very approachable, very willing to answer any questions. So please, please ask the questions from our staff. And I know, I hope, I don't know, I hope Dr. Jimenez is the same way. We have questions on any agenda item, ask, because that's very important to have that. Again, welcome, Dr. Jimenez. I won't say any more about that. We're very excited to have you here. It's going to be hopefully a great transition forward. Thank you for that. I also want to thank, again, I mentioned earlier, thank you for the HOP LMT for really working hard and putting a lot of hours in this to how we figure out how we open up our schools instruction-wise. But we heard from our other associations from Classified, they need to be part of the conversation. I know that that's coming in. And so make sure that we have SEIU, CSEA, part of the conversation of how we safely open our schools, because that is very important to have them as part of the conversation. I'm very excited about that. So the last thing I want to say, not the last thing. So I want to thank Annie. I thanked her earlier. Annie, you've been amazing. It's been so difficult. No one would have ever thought being interim superintendent during a pandemic crisis. You've been amazing. Thank you. But I want to end with this. I want to end with thank you to Mr. Del Torre for acknowledging Pride Month, because, you know, being the first and only openly gay school board member in Hacienda La Puente history, and having a current Hacienda La Puente Teachers Association president who's openly gay as well, is super important for our kids to know that we are here, we're present, and it gets better. So thank you, Mr. Del Torre, for acknowledging Pride Month. I really, really appreciate that. I know Billy appreciates that. Thank you. And with that, I will take a motion to adjourn.
Quack moves.
Motion by Mr. Kwok, second.
Second, De La Torre.
Second, Mr. Del Torre. All in favor, roll call.
Mr. Medrano,
Aye.
Mr. De La Torre,
Aye.
Mr. Kwok,
Aye.
Dr. Zhang,
Aye.
Mr. Duarte.
Aye. Motion